Good evening and welcome to the February 12th work session meeting of the East Point City Council. Madam Deputy City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire, I see. Councilmember Freely. Councilmember Renee.
Present.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Present.
Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Butler, I don't see. And Councilmember Dr. Martin Rogers is absent. Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, let's look at these previous agenda items and agenda items to see what can go on consent. Um, we got update on policing from our chief. Um, and before we start, let's just pause for a moment of silence for the 10th grader who lost his life this past, I think it was weekend, to gun violence in our city. So if we could just pause for a moment of silence. So at some point in this country, we will realize that we can honor the Second Amendment and protect the rights of people to be free from gun violence and protect second graders and school age kids and all the senseless gun violence that happens. We can have sensible gun control laws, as well as, I mean, there's a gang issue that's pervasive throughout this country as well. And so, I think during this time of bereavement, I ask you all to pray for peace, strength, and comfort for the young man's family. Any loss of life is devastating. Let's continue to advocate and work together to ensure we have a safer community and advocate for sensible gun control laws, as well as do all that we can to ensure that there are opportunities for our youth to take advantage of, but also that there's a collective support around this that involves parents, and involves the community, and involves police, and involves all of us working together to ensure a safer community. So I definitely wanted to start with that. Um, Council discussion on bank-owned housing in East Point, Councilman Shropshire. Item number 6.
Stay.
7, Councilman Shropshire.
Update on. Oh, yes, stay.
Number 8, House Proud.
Stay.
Councilmember Butler. Number 9, non-owners occupied certification. March work session. East Point grievance policy. I saw Councilmember Cummings send us some information. 2023 homestead exemptions, Councilmember Renee.
I'd like to remove that because the county will be here on the third Monday of March.
Okay, so do you need anything before that?
No, I talked with Mr. Jackson already.
Okay, so you want to remove it totally?
Yes, remove it and then we'll replace it on the third Monday on March.
Oh, okay, put it on the third Monday, the meeting. So they're coming here to present.
They're coming to present.
Okay, so put this on the, what's that, the March 18th works council meeting. Airbnb short-term rental update, Councilmember Renee.
Just keep that on. There's a lot of residents that are concerned. And property tax is the same. We're gonna combine 11 and 13.
So 13 is March 18th. As a presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Mitchell, the council discussion regarding separation of budget and finance.
Can we keep that on for today?
Okay. Councilmember Ziegler, 30-60 90-day plan, litter pickup and illegal dumping.
That will stay.
Okay. I think this one was supposed to be removed to March. Councilmember Martin Rogers is not feeling well. And so I think item number 16, March work session. 17, Mark work session. Work session. Um, and 18 March work session. Whistleblower process. I'm hoping that we're gonna get some information on the solicitations that was supposedly done tonight, so that we can ensure that we have a hotline that's becoming okay. Animal services. We definitely need that tonight. All right. Item number 21. Can this go on consent? Let me know if anyone has any objection when I call the number. If not, it'll go on consent. Number 22, 23, 24. Mhm. A piggyback contract. You know which one it is? Um, okay. Miss Jessie, do you know which one is a piggyback?
Madam Mayor, I believe the one that Councilmember Butler is talking about uh, has to do with the state contract. The earlier agenda had piggyback. I believe they've corrected it to indicate that it was a state contract.
Which item, you know?
And let me see, I had it on the Derman.
20, 33.
33 or 32?
Council review and approval of OMI and fellows. Is that the one? Councilman Butler, you want to discuss that one tonight? All right. Council, item number 24, consent. Item number 25, consent. Or I should say, any objection. 26, any objection to consent? 27, any objection to consent? A lot of emergencies, water and sewer line repairs. Item number 28, Element MIG grant application for Desert Drive. Any objection to consent? 29. Any? I'm sorry. Say it again.
Can we take a look at number 28 tonight?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
29, Sykes Park, Tennessee. Okay. 30, Jefferson Park Recreation Center weight room. Okay. New park signs throughout city parks to be completed by sole source vendor. Sole source for signs for the park?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry, I'm just catching up. Can we take a look at number 29 also?
Yeah, we're doing 28, 29, and 30 so far going
okay,
on the
thank you.
agenda, as well as 31. Not sure how we get sole source for signs. Council approval of pickup trucks for Super Crew Cab for planning and community development. Any objection to consent? 33 we'll discuss. 34. This is a rezoning from light industrial to mixed. Yeah, so yeah. Discuss. It is a public hearing, but I want to get a heads up and discussion about light industrial and mixed commercial use at Nabal. You're okay with that? Okay. Rezoning urban residential to multifamily. Yep, we need to discuss. Forklifts for the city warehouse under state contract 36. Any objection to consent? JAG 23 MOU. Probably need discussion about what that is. Council approval. Reel of wire from Irby from East Point Power. Any objection to consent? Tree line. Oh, we need to discuss this. We talked about it at last meeting. Selected vendor, Jewel of the South, for maintenance of garage floor coating in the fleet services contracting department. I hear no objections. Utility disconnection process and procedure, Councilmember Ziegler.
Keep.
Okay. We need to keep 42 open field. I know Councilmember Cummings wants to discuss that, and then we need to discuss 44. All right. So, Madam Deputy City Clerk, I have item number 9, March work session. Items number 11 and 13, March 18th agenda for presentation. Item number 16, March work session. 17, March work session. 18, March, I can't even talk, March work session. Consent items number 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27, and 32, then 36, 38, and 40. All right. So let's go ahead and start with the City Agriculture Plan and information about the Local Food Ecosystem Commission. Councilmember Renee.
Madam Mayor, is it okay for the city manager to bring up Maceo and his crew? All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Maceo Rogers is going to lead off the discussion tonight, and he has some guests with him.
Thank you, Interim City Manager. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Maceo Rogers, Director for the Department of Economic Development. Today we have Mr. David Paul. He is the Chief Impact Officer for Compost Now. And you probably remember David coming before you back in December to talk to you about and update you on the city's agricultural plan. He's going to do the same thing tonight, but also reference some impact numbers that I think you'll find very helpful. And also with him is Ms. Chelsea Townsend and Mr. Rashid Nuri. They're both of LEFEC, Local Food Ecosystem Commission. They're here as well. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Paul.
Good evening. Nice to see you all again. So tonight we're going to just reintroduce what the city agriculture plan is, as Mr. Maceo Rogers just introduced that we had done this in December as well, but we're going to do it again just to get everyone on the same page again, and in understanding that we have new council members, and just update everyone on the work. So the city agriculture plan, just for those that don't know, was a planning opportunity that was awarded to the city of East Point. We'll go through the timeline a little bit, but that was in partnership with Foodwell Alliance, the Atlanta Regional Commission, and the USDA. So this plan, as you can see, the vision statement of this plan is to really aim to cultivate community pride and relationships amongst East Point residents, businesses, and local government. This plan builds, promotes, and sustains East Point's commitment towards socially equitable policies, programs, and sustainable land use practices that benefit the community food system, ensuring economic and ecological opportunity now and for future generations. Bit of a long vision statement, but the point of why I'm reading that again is just to ground us in what the city ag plan's intent and vision is for this work. The key plan priorities were to improve equitable local food access, support local urban growers, establish the role of local government, cultivate environmentally resilient practices, and brand East Point as a local food destination. Again, the planning phase of this work happened back from 2019 to 2020. We'll hit that timeline here. So from 2019 to 2020, East Point was selected. Community engagement events happened, asking the community, what is their feedback and input of what should go into a plan that really outlines what the necessary components of a city agriculture plan are. There was a steering committee that was formed, planning meetings happened. The USDA provided funding to help support this work. The city had a match, in-kind match, as well as Foodwell Alliance with another $75,000. So through 2020 into 2021, the city ag plan was formalized, adopted, approved, and then the local food ecosystem commission appointed by city council was formed to help guide this work forward. In that time, an urban agriculture director to really be the liaison between the city and this work was also, that position was created through the grant. Just for context for everyone, funding for this work is dried up. The grants are done. So that's really where we're at in terms of funding has stalled out. We don't have funds. This is a volunteer group. So we're going to get to that as we move through. Is it on y'all's screens? No.
Ms. Jessie, I think it really would be helpful if we have ensure that someone from IT is at our meetings as we move forward. I don't necessarily see anyone here tonight, but we often have challenges.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'll breeze through this real quick. This is just a pie chart that shows how the funding worked for the city agriculture plan. Again, it was a USDA Regional Food System Partnership Grant, a match from Foodwell Alliance at $75,000, and then in-kind partnerships from the city and from others. Again, the funding, this grant expired. There's no longer any funding for this plan. So as I mentioned, the Local Food Ecosystem Commission was formed. Members here tonight, we meet once a month, and those meetings continue to happen. Tanisio Seyanima was the urban ag director under the grant and really led a lot of the initiatives between us as a commission that provided recommendations, experts within the local food system, members of the community, business owners within the community. That was our role. Tanisio really was the director that led the work, and that urban agriculture manager position was critical for the effectiveness of this work. As you can see here, these are just a list of all the partnerships that were created through this process, which is really impressive. You can see there's several local businesses, the gardens and farms that exist within East Point that strengthen our local food system. The institutional partners alone are something to not bat an eye at. The fact that there was funding that was brought into the community via these grant opportunities through these institutional partners, strengthening existing partnerships, Morehouse School of Medicine, Tri-Cities High School. So there's a lot of really good work that was built upon. Here again are highlighting all this information that I'm presenting tonight has been shared with the city. It's already been presented by Foodwell Alliance. Maceo has this information. So if you want to read it more in depth, please reach out to Maceo. East Point Farmers Market was strengthened, so the barriers to entry for vendors was reduced by subsidizing vendor fees, marketing support. There were workshops and webinar series that were created. The community compost drop-off program, which I've presented updates to y'all in the past, that was a USDA grant that was awarded during the planning. And that program still exists and is going. Market 166 had support in business pro forma work, as well as feasibility work. Soccer in the streets as it relates to the youth gardening program. This was all accomplished within the past 2 years. The Garden Like a Boss series was started. This was a monthly series that Tanisio was teaching important tools for how individual residents can grow food in their own backyards, identify fruit trees and plants within their communities, how to cultivate pollinator habitats, all of those things, really key components to a local food system. Many community events, seed swaps, farm tours, compost giveaways, actual infrastructure creation of community gardens, as well as just cultivating the brand of East Point Grown, a brand that really represents this work as a whole and sets East Point apart from other cities in terms of knowing that it is a local food destination. So I'm sorry that this is not super clear. Again, this is copied from a report that was given to y'all. This was the evaluation report from the USDA. So I'm just going to highlight the top chart. You can see this is directly from the city agriculture plan, the outcomes that we were hoping to achieve. One was to increase the consumption of and access to locally and regional produced agricultural products. The orange was the goal of the plan. The blue was what was achieved. So you can see it was met or exceeded in most categories. Total number of beneficiaries and stakeholders that were reached through this work. Total number of folks buying, selling, aggregating, sourcing, producing, and distributing local and regionally produced agricultural products. Again, a lot of detail in these numbers. I'll also highlight on the top right, the number of local and regional farmers and ranchers and processors, aggregators, distributors reached and shown an increase in revenue. So through this work, local food partners saw an increase in revenue through just activating what exists. I can highlight the fact that Compost Now, the company that I represent, was able to partner with the city of East Point as well as East Point Grown to create the compost drop-off program. So that is a living, breathing example that I'm very close to say that this work helps spur business activity within the community while bringing really critical and essential services to the residents. Again, more numbers. These came from actually surveying the community of the effectiveness of this work. Highly encourage you to read this report. It's chock full of detail, lots of really interesting things in it. But overall, just saw a tremendous increase, again, in local residents engaging in this work and participating in this work. I presented last in December to let you know that one of the highlights of the compost drop-off program was the USDA coming and interviewing the city of East Point and Compost Now about how we had gotten off the ground so quickly and how we had gotten traction so quickly with this program when these are grants that are being distributed throughout the nation and other cities are not having the same success. So again, that's a testament, I think, to what has been created through this plan, through the foundation that exists, and many years of work to create this. Here's a visual just of company logos, local partnerships that were created, just to give you a visual again of all the good partnerships that exist here, the strength and the foundation that exists to build upon this work. Okay, my last slide. So where are things at? Looking ahead, what has been created? East Point Grown, again, established brand, a lot of good identity. Community members know it. They find it valuable. We learned that through all those numbers that I just told you about. Capacity building projects such as grant writing happen. Funds were brought into the city for these programs. I can, again, be a testament to tell you there's plenty more funds out there. Grants just need to be written for it. Just need to have someone that can do that. Financial planning and supported stakeholder viability. So again, organizations are more equipped. We're more equipped through these programs. The evaluation data was important to help show to the city, as we're doing now, the value of this work and what exists through it. And then key collaborations were created. So again, I mentioned the building upon the Morehouse School of Medicine, health and equity pilot, as well as the community food waste drop-off program. Okay, to conclude, as I mentioned, grant funding for this has run dry. We have not had an urban agriculture manager for several months now because of that. As has been stated before, this work really can't go forward without a position of leadership to get the work done between the city and this work. So, the ask in the past has been, can we find a way to fund a position for the city or urban agriculture manager within the city? There's multiple ways to do that. We've put forth a prospectus. We've put forth recommendations from the council on how to do this. So there are ideas, there are precedent to follow in other places. So that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Renee?
So, and thank you for your presentation. And I do appreciate your team and all the things the great things that you're doing here in the great city of East Point. What is your ask from the city? I know that you need a director, but it also seems that you need funding. What is your ask from the city? Or is it-
Well, I think first and foremost, the position needs to be funded. So again, how that gets done, there's multiple ways that an urban ag position can be funded, but that position alone can continue to write grants, bring funding into the programs that exist. There's so much funding out there for this. The compost drop-off program is a USDA grant that we partnered and wrote that with the city. So those are the types of things that the urban agriculture manager can get done. So I think first and foremost, having that person to put that work forward is what is needed.
So if the city helped fund the director's position, what kind of money are we talking about? Can you kind of give us a ballpark figure, or like, have you identified a director where they?
Let me stop you there.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So every time we have this conversation, I have to make very clear, we know who's been doing the work in the city. Depending on the route that we go, if there is an employee, it will have to be advertised, people will have to apply, and we'll have to go through an interview process to make that selection.
Yeah.
If we decide to do the contracting route, because of the amount, we're gonna have to do a solicitation and accept bids. And so we're all very aware of who's doing the work, who's been doing the work. Thank you all for volunteering and all the work that you're doing. But as we're having this conversation at the dais, we have to be very careful about getting ahead of whatever process we have to go through.
So, Madam Mayor, what would be the process to for this particular group? Or maybe we should talk to Alex.
So the acting city manager, interim city manager, permanent city manager, this council will have to decide whether or not, and we're about to go through the budget process. We should get the proposed budget in April, and by our charter, it's supposed to be approved by the first Monday in June, to decide how we want to explore this position, these services. And based upon that, it could be included in the budget. There also could be a budget amendment. I think it's a decision that this council has to make based on recommendation from management and legal. And I know previously there are a number of conversations with the previous city manager, the previous city attorney, and a potential partner for this work. And that decision as to how it would go, there was discussion about making it part of the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment, and the services and resources that are within that. But that final decision has not been made. And so while I'm very supportive of this work and I think it needs to continue to move forward, the plans that we put in place positioned us to be able to get these funding. And this work doesn't stop, right? Like, this is an ongoing need perpetually. And so we do need to think about how we systemically support it within our infrastructure. But those discussions and recommendations, the budget amount, where is it going to be funded? Where is it going to be housed? What are we talking about? And so Ms. Jesse's the acting city manager right now. We'll have an interim at some point, but I think it's having those discussions and having them look at it. I mean, we're about to go through the budget process, so department heads are probably working on their proposed budgets. The Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment is an actual office that's created, so I think there's conversations that can be had, and I don't know if there's a update or recommendation or something that staff can bring or share with council at our March work session to be able to have a discussion around what is that recommendation, what does that look like, how do we feel like we can sustain this work. But those would be my thoughts on how to move forward.
I agree with you 100%. I think that's an excellent route to take a look at, because this is some work that we want to continue. especially with our ecosystem and sustainability. I yield, Madam Mayor.
And Councilmember Freely. And I'm sorry, I see our acting city manager light on. Ms. Jessie, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, members of council, all I was going to say is that if it's your pleasure that we take this from a staff standpoint and bring back some suggestions, recommendations at the March meeting, we'd be happy to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Councilmember Mitchell and Councilmember Freely.
Hey, I was just going to thank you for the presentation. It was great. I like the piece you had on capacity building. I think that's very important that we become self-sufficient. I know one of my first questions I was going to ask you, how aggressively were you pursuing grants? It's my understanding you guys need a grant writer, or how did you get those funds before, or did you have somebody doing that?
Yeah, so through the funding that existed via the USDA as well as Foodwell Alliance, there was a contract grant writer that was helping bring those funds to the program.
Okay. Do you know if we are classified as a food desert?
Yes,
Okay.
there are multiple places that
Okay.
within East Point
Okay.
that are classified as food desert.
So once you have that, so I'm thinking, is that something maybe we can help you either to find grants? I know I can probably help with that, but I do a little bit of grant writing, but I'm not sure if, so you're saying we don't have a grant writer right now, correct?
Well, again, we don't have, so we are, a commission that is volunteering to try to help get the recommendations that were in the city ag plan implemented within the city of East Point. So, we don't have like necessarily an organizational structure to write a grant, receive a grant for that.
I got you.
So again, this would be part of the effort to create this urban ag position. I do want to make clear that we're not, the individual that was referenced by Madam Mayor may no longer be available. So this is not advocacy for an individual. This is advocacy for a position and advocacy for the work to continue. So if we had that leadership, again, however it may shape up within the city, then that leader could bring, through grant writing, could bring funds to the city.
That makes sense. So I'm familiar with the local garden. Have you guys tried to go mobile, or have you tried accepting EBT or working with other vendors like gas stations and things like that?
Yeah, EBT has been accepted at.
Okay, so
Yeah.
okay, that's
Mhm.
cool. Okay, that's awesome. That's pretty much what I have for now, but thank you.
Councilmember Freely.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Is that correct? Thank you for the presentation. And Councilman Mitchell kind of touched on what I was going to ask. So have you explored options for grant writing support? Might there be any options of a pro bono grant writer who could assist you on a sort of very temporary basis? Are there those kinds of options? And is there any way that the city could support you in those efforts short of the ask that you've already made?
Yeah, certainly. There's opportunities to continue to partner even with, Foodwell Alliance that help lead this work. And there's possibilities that their contract grant writer could continue to work on this. Again, the challenge that exists is, say we as a local food ecosystem commission, pursued an individual grant and brought that to the city, it would still require funding to come into the city in a certain department to then support the work, and someone would have to lead that and execute that work. So that just brings it back to the urban ag manager position.
So the commission is not like a 501c3 or something like that?
No.
Okay, all right. Have you considered that option of actually formalizing?
That is a possibility. That is one of when this planning process was created, when the Atlanta Regional Commission and Foodwell Alliance did that, those were the two pathways: was a city appointed commission, which happened, or the possibility of a standalone 501c3. So that is in the realm of possibility, because the route was taken to create the commission and support an urban ag manager that was the liaison to the city. That's what we've tried to continue because we have so much momentum.
And final question, were things to move forward and the city decided to create and fund a position like the one you're asking about, an urban agricultural manager may or may not be an expert at grants writing and development work. So how do you balance the immediate need to raise money with someone who's actually managing a program, which is quite different?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, within this commission that exists, there's lots of skill sets to write those grants. Again, the organization that I personally represent, Compost Now, we wrote the grant in bringing that to the city. The city's grant manager obviously helps with the reporting and the administration of that grant. So there is, there is existing capacity within the city if funds are brought through, whether we as a commission, put the grant together, or whether that urban ag manager has the skill sets to do that. I think we have full faith that there's capacity within the city to help those projects get off the ground if funding is brought to it. So I don't think that's a hurdle necessarily.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rashid Nuri, and I've been doing this work a long time. And I'm a very proud resident of East Point. And those of you who know a little bit about the work that I've done over the last many years, we've made some progress. All these young people are my children, and that's how I look at it. But to solve the issues that you gentlemen have raised needs leadership, needs somebody that's going to be on point to get these things done. The money's out there, but the city of East Point, the request that we are making is that you hire an individual to sit who can provide the leadership, lead the work. The commission that we all sit on are very much supportive of this work, want to see it happen, but somebody's got to be there on a day-to-day basis to do the work. And my opinion, the most important thing the city council can do is hire somebody. And I would suggest there's got to be a way we can get that done so we can have somebody on seat to do the work, to do the follow-up, to get the grants written, to seek out the financial support that we need to continue the success that has already been established. Thank you.
Councilmember Freely.
Sorry, I lied. I have a follow-up question. So there's a lot of impressive data around successes and things in the presentation. Is there a way to monetize the ROI so that there's a sense of, if the city invests this is kind of what we're looking at in terms of return on investment?
Yeah, there are some ways to do that, sir, but you got to remember, there's no culture without agriculture. Okay, that's the one thing that everybody human has in common, is the need for quality food. So all of the activities are not going to be monetized. Say the ROI on this particular project is ABC. It's going to come through many different ways. Getting the children out there, having gardens at school, getting the children out there to do their work so they can get connected with good food, the food that's going to nourish them, to have their parents and grandparents come out and see the work that's been done. The greening of the city. There are so many aspects of urban agriculture that it's difficult to monetize because it's a social benefit that's going to come to the community through the work. Does that make sense? All right. So yeah, you can, on an individual plot, individual farmer, they can calculate how much they're going to make or not make from that project. But for the city as a whole, the benefits it's going to achieve greatly exceed the monetary value of the crops that are in the ground.
If we could go back to the slide that shows the funding that we got. So I think when we look at the ability to get a $250,000 grant, right? The ability to have a match, like the grants that are out there for this work, I think again, we were the first city in the region, I believe in the state, to create a city urban agriculture plan. And we are implementing that plan, but sustainability is absolutely key. And how we do that is to build internal infrastructure, which is why we had a local food ecosystem commission, which is how we're having the conversation about how we have a person to lead this work, whether it's an employee or a contractor. And I think the focus on that, I think there are a number of other resources that were brought to the table during that time, because there was a person in that position, right? So I think if we can look at maybe like the full list of, even if there were, because we did bucket gardens, we did, it was a number of other things that aren't on here that actually have monetary value as well. And I think if we were able to see a complete listing of that, it will show the potential to continue to attract at least this amount of revenue, right, for the city, and to even enhance it, because now we also have outcomes. And so as we're applying for the different grants, the USDA is absolutely a friend of the city. The secretary was just here recently at Tri-Cities High School to talk about and support the work that they're doing there. And so we're on their radar. But if we are not applying for those opportunities, we won't be able to receive the funds that I'm sure they'll be ready and willing to give to us. The Compost Now project is, I think, the only one in this area.
Yeah, it was one of the first in the state.
Right. And so we're leading the way in a number of different ways, but in order to sustain it, I think that is, so when we think of ROI, I think it's more so looking at like what funds can we bring to the city through this position, how much that position would cost, right? Either contracting or employee, and then that return of being able to attract those revenues to the city to be able to support our community in a holistic health way. And so I appreciate and feel confident that Ms. Jessie will bring us some recommendations at the March work session so we can decide like which route we want them to go. And then the question will be, that's in March, April, May, June. We'd have 90 days left in this fiscal year. So there's an option of doing a budget amendment to cover for a period of time if we want to do that, or waiting until the July 1st, the beginning of the fiscal year. But I think we'd be able to have those conversations, and with this discussion tonight, that gives them the ability, the acting city manager and our interim city attorney, to work with them between now and then to bring back some recommendations for us to consider. But I believe everybody is supportive of this, and know the need to sustain it and keep it moving forward. Just had quite a bit of transition.
Yeah, understood. And again, I highly recommend y'all read the USDA evaluation review. That was many, many pages. I could not fit it all in this presentation.
Have you all emailed that to us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can
Maceo has
somebody can you resend this? It'll be at the top of my email, please. Thank you.
it. Thank you.
All righty. Next up, update on City Auditorium. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. This item is on the agenda to give us an update on where we are with the city auditorium.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor and members of council, we do have an update for you on the city auditorium, and Janisa Elias is going to bring us that information.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Janisa Elias, Assistant City Manager. Just to kind of bring you back up to speed where we are, the current staff did start trying to get the project back on track. We did establish bi-weekly meetings with Winter Johnson and Moody Nolan. Also in this process, we started trying to make sure we collected all of the documents associated with the project. After going through the documents, the last one that I want to bring to everyone's attention is change order number 10. Change order number 10 was approved by Mayor and Council November 20th, 2023. That particular change order changed the makeup of the team that's designing and eventually constructing the project. Change order number 10 removed the construction management services from the contract, meaning that there is no longer an entity responsible for the oversight of the entire project. The second thing that change order number 10 did was it separated two services, the general contractor and the architectural services, thereby making the architectural services a standalone vendor. So right now where we are, based on the approval of change order number 10, we have Winter Johnson as the general contractor, but we do not have a contract with Moody Nolan as the architect. So moving forward, a decision has to be made as to the best mechanism to use to make sure that the auditorium gets renovated in the right way, using the right people.
I have a couple questions, but I'll wait. Councilman Shropshire.
So, based on the decision with change order number 10, why, so my question is, so it sounds like that wasn't the best decision to take the, so there's nobody that oversees the project, is what I'm hearing.
So I can't answer whether or not that was the best decision. I can only tell you that's what change order 10 did. It removed the construction management services.
So that change order was brought to us through staff, and that had to have been a recommendation of staff if we voted on it, correct?
It was brought by the previous city leadership in the city manager's office.
So that previous leadership at the time would have been, you included.
No, ma'am.
When did the change order come? In 2020?
November 20th, 2020.
November 2023. And at the
2023.
time, I believe you were the deputy city manager.
But I was not assigned to the project.
I'm trying to wait for my question. Go ahead, Councilman.
Because I'm trying to see, that was a recommendation from the staff, and that was, and it sounds like it wasn't the best recommendation. So now we don't have a person to oversee the project, is what I'm hearing.
Based on change order number 10, that is correct.
So what do we have to do to get a person to oversee the project? And that would be Moody, if I'm saying it right.
I mean, I think we need to do a solicitation. I don't know if Moody is the right people.
So
I think
do
that was
another
the challenge.
solicitation. So okay, my question is, why was that recommendation brought to us in the first place to do that?
I cannot answer that question.
So let me recall from the meeting that current staff who was here was at. There was a concern about having an architect and general contractor be together because there was no way to ensure that we would be getting the most competitive pricing. And so the thought at the time when this was shared and presented with us, and it's interesting we don't have historical knowledge when we have people who were here on staff. But the reason for recommending the separation was from that perspective. I know there was a lot of back and forth between the GC, a desire to have control over the whole project. Not sure about the CM at risk, but the decision as it was shared with us, and we can go back and look at the video. What was the date again? November what?
November 20th.
November 20th, 2023. So we could pull that video and run it. I'm not sure how long the discussion was, but the concern was to ensure that the city was able to have a level of assurance in the competitiveness of the pricing that we would have as it relates to the whole project. And so that's just my vague remembrance of what happened. But again, with staff who was here and a part of it, I would hope to receive more information or even just looked at the November 20th meeting before coming tonight. But Councilmember Shropshire, do you have any other questions? I might try to look at it myself now because, I mean, we're sitting here as if, from a staff perspective, we weren't aware that we were here. Question becomes, if we separated them, why didn't we do solicitations? Why haven't the solicitations gone out if we don't have an architect or we don't have a construction manager? Because those could be done through solicitations. And so I'm not sure if there's a recommendation from staff about a path forward, but there are several questions from council members that I'll call on at this point. Council member Cummings.
Are you?
Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember. And I'm sorry, I see Ms. Jessie's light on. Would you want to speak now or later?
Yes, ma'am. We met today because we also had transition in the city attorney's role in legal. We met today to try to sort through the timeline and the documents that we have. And as I understand it, change order 10 separated the architect from the general contractor. The issue with the architect, though, there should have been an addendum to the contract that recognized the architect. Before they were together, now they're separate as of change order 10, but we do not have a contract yet, fully executed contract. There is an amendment, but it hasn't been executed. So based on that, we would, as you said, Madam Mayor, have to do a solicitation for a project manager. Some cities have an internal person who serves in that role. That would not be a recommendation at this particular time because of the transitory nature of the city manager's office and also legal. But that is up to you on how you want to do that. We will take whatever direction you provide for us, but basically that's where it is right now.
And what about the architecture piece? Would there need to be a solicitation for that?
That's up to legal, but we do have a document that separated the two. So we did have an architect under the original agreement. Item number 10, change order 10, separated those. So we would, to make that fully legal, we would have to execute an amendment or contract with that architect. But I'm not the attorney, so I'm going to let.
So the architect will report to the city. Is that what it is? Instead of the general contractor?
Yes, ma'am. Or a project manager, whichever way you decide to go.
Interim City Attorney Wiggins, do you have anything that, hold on a minute. Councilmember Cummings and then Councilmember Friedley, but if you release your mic so the attorney can speak.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So as interim City Manager Jesse indicated, we did meet today with the city manager's office looking at the documents. Based on my understanding, and calls with not just the general contractor, but also with your architect. Change order number 10 that occurred back in November, as you just heard, the architect is meeting directly with the city and reporting directly to the city. It's my understanding that Ms. Elias and her team have bi-weekly meetings with them, same as with the general contractor. So that's already been done. The only problem is that we don't have a contract with the architect to continue our relationship or to define the relationship. There's a document that we found, I didn't find it, the city manager's office found it, that hadn't been executed that detailed exactly what change order number 10 did. Change order number 10 was just defunding the contract management portion of the contract from Winter. But the words, the explanation was in a separate document that we cannot find where it had been approved. It may have been, but we weren't able to find it today in the time that we had. And in that, it provided that the city must enter into a separate contract now because they're being directly reporting to the city with Moody Nolan as the architect, whereas Winter would stay on as GC. And the project management piece, that's a totally separate piece that this board can decide to hire one, use staff to do it, or whatever they see fit. Or you have the option of no. So you definitely have the option of hiring a project manager if you will, but right now you have a GC, you have an architect, you don't have a contract with the architect.
I know some years back we approved a contract with H.J. Russell and Company for project management and coordination. I don't know what the term of that is, if we're still within it. We never really used them, but Councilmember Cummings and then Councilmember Freely.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Woo, that's a lot. So let me just make sure that I'm clear on what it is. So originally we had a general contractor and an architect, but they were one and the same. So you had Winter and Moody, but they were together.
Originally, it was a construction management at risk contract in which Winter Johnson served as construction manager and then eventually would serve as general contractor. Moody Nolan was listed as the architect of record, but Moody Nolan's contract was with Winter Johnson, not with the city of East Point.
Okay, so then change order 10 came in and separated it, correct?
Change order 10 separated and removed the construction management services, leaving Winter Johnson only as the general contractor.
Okay. And Moody was the architect, but we never had a contract for them to be the architect. And now you're saying if it pleases the council to also incorporate a project manager? So you have three people, your general contractor, your project manager, and your architect. Who reports to who?
Madam Mayor, may I speak? The GC reports to the city.
Okay.
The architect would report to the city. The project manager would oversee them and report to the city if you got one. So changes in the design, what the architect is doing, Moody, at this time. I think in the call, they said just as of late, they had done some work, but we asked them to hold. Don't do anything else until we get this figured out. Same with Winter. Any changes in design should be approved by the city. So Winter, as the GC, technically hasn't started anything because you don't have the design just yet.
Okay. Still a lot, but okay, I get it. I'm tracking. So in order to move forward, we need to decide how we want to proceed with as far as like what the setup is going to be. Is that kind of what we're trying to figure out now, Madam Mayor? And okay. So I'm trying to draw a diagram on here as we're talking now. So you have the city, the project manager, and your GC and your architect. They will report to the project manager, and the project manager would go to the, I know originally you said they went to the, you said originally they went to the city, but you can't report to the city and to the project manager.
Well, the city would need to approve the design.
Okay. So would that go through the project manager for approval? I'm just trying to figure out what the pecking order is because I'm.
So I think if we hire a project manager, the general contractor and the architect would report to the project manager report to us. And anything that we would need to approve would be come through the project manager as recommendations to us.
Okay. Thank you. I yield.
Mhm.
I just need to figure it out.
Councilmember Freely.
Thank you. Do we have the change order 10 in our packet? I didn't, if it is there, I haven't been able to find it.
We can make sure you all get a copy of what was attached to the agenda in November.
Okay. Okay, that would be useful. Thank you. I would just say, Councilmember Cummings, clarifying sort of what we need. I would urge that we take whatever steps are necessary to move this forward. It's disturbing to find that it's been sort of languishing since November without really any explanation. So if it is moving forward with procuring an outside project manager or finding someone inside city staff, I think my preference would be procuring an external project manager to lead this, but I would like to see us make some sort of movement. Thank you.
Councilmember Renee.
Thank you. My question is this, since it was a change order and the contract had not been signed, has any funding been paid out to either contractor? Because it seems like it was approved. Was any funding paid, any checks written?
Janisa.
I believe some funds have been paid to Winter Johnson for pre-construction services that had already taken place.
And just something to throw out also, I know we're also looking at doing city hall. So if we do get a city manager, I'm sorry, a project manager, could they double and do, as opposed to having different ones for the different projects? Because
That's a good question. I'm trying to pull up two things. One, I'm about to email you all. So if you have your computer, I'll send you the change order number 10. Two is there was a previous approval of a contract with H.J. Russell and Company for project management services. I can't remember the year, and I can't remember the duration of the contract. But there may be, I know we approved them and then never used their services, which could have been helpful with this. But again, I'm trying to pull that up because, again, I don't remember the timeline around it. But so we may have somebody already engaged that has been approved for project management coordination services. If not, we need to release probably the same solicitation they responded to whenever that happened this month, like as soon as we can. But I think we should look at that first because, again, I don't remember the time frame, I don't remember if there were any renewal options or anything like that. That might have been automatic. Change order number 10. I'm about to email to you all. So you will have it. But I think from the discussion is going to be finding out if we actually have someone that we've already contracted with to do those services and to engage them, or go ahead and do the solicitation. Question is from council, and Councilmember Shropshire is your item. Do we want to put this on the agenda for Monday so we can get that update and clarification, so we'll know where we are, and then staff can also share with us if there isn't someone that we've contracted with for those services, what their timeline will be for the solicitation for it.
Yeah, that's fine, Monday.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question. I don't understand what the will of council is and what's been asked. Is there concern about why this change was made, or what is our objective in raising these questions? Are we looking to determine when the project's going to get started, what's holding it up, if it's not started? The intent of the division from the architect and the contractor is clear. It was in order to make sure that we had some checks and balances in getting the project done, and not being, there was concern that shortcuts could be taken if we did not have direct authority with the architect. That would be a second set of eyes to make sure we had the quality project that we wanted. So my question to council is, what is the will of council? Is this the issue and you want the GC to have control again, or are we just trying to start to determine when the project would get started? I don't understand what the question is. And I say that because every work session, we have 40, 50 items on a work session. Then we think people are going to get things done in a week. It doesn't happen that way. It's unrealistic. If we have a goal as to what we really want to accomplish, then we can be strategic in how we accomplish that goal. And I'm willing to go with the will of council on this issue. I just want us to have a clear direction in which we're trying to go. So please help me understand, what is the will of council?
So I think I just articulated what we decided. There is a
Madam Mayor,
desire to.
I'm asking Sharon Shropshire. Let me direct my question to the person who brought this to the table.
Okay,
Because
so I
what you
call
said is not germane to my question.
So I call on those and recognize those who speak per the rules. And your question was, what's the will of council? And I just articulated what the council had agreed to. There's a desire to engage a project manager sooner rather than later to move forward. Nobody has indicated that they wanted to combine the two again, or that they're trying to change that, but people do want to see what's in the change order, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. And so the ask is to see if we already have a company engaged for project management or project coordination services, which doesn't take a week. And to bring that back Monday to let us know, and if not, to let us know what their timeline is going to be to solicit the services of a project manager.
Maybe my question wasn't clear. It has nothing to do with project management. That comes after we decide how we want, in what direction we want to go. I'm trying to determine, what is the problem? What is the solution to the problem? Having a project manager does not come. The question is raised about the change order. How hiring or using an existing project manager to speed up the process, if that's the problem, that's not what I'm asking. My question is, this was placed on the agenda. Does Sharon Swapshire, our colleague, does she really have a problem with the way it's structured? I'm open to entertaining and listening to all of that. But boiling it down to a project manager still doesn't get us any closer to the finish line when the question was raised about the change order. So to be clear, is there a problem with the change order? Yes or no? If there's no problem with it, that's what my question is.
So Councilman Shropshire, maybe you can answer, because I think this acting city manager, the interim city attorney have kind of explained where we are with that. But go ahead, Councilmember Shropshire.
So apparently there is a problem because the project has stalled and is not moving anywhere. So the change order was just brought up. So that's the reason why it raised red flags, because it was just brought up, which tells me that this is why, one, the project has stalled because of the change order. So now we have to go back and, like the mayor said, to look at everything to see what happened and where we are. Do we have to solicit it? Where we are, hire somebody? Those are the questions now, because it was a project that was moving forward and now it has come to a halt. And the change order number 10 was just brought up in the conversation, which led me to believe that this is why it's at a halt, because of this change order. So yes, we want to see this project move forward, but it has stalled for some reason. And apparently it has something to do with that change order.
Just to bring a little color to the conversation, the mayor was absolutely correct in her assessment. There was a long-standing dispute between the city manager and the contractor. And I'm not going to belabor the point because we've discussed it several times. If the change order happened in November, the city manager was fired in December. We are in January. I just think that I agree with what you're saying, and we want this project to go through. I do think, however, though, when we're making these decisions, we have to take into account the facts which we have in front of us. We have a tremendous amount of change. We need to give the staff a little grace and patience and work with them so that we can get to where we want to go. And having these things on the agenda every work session and not progressing, some of that's on us. And it's not necessarily on staff. I'm just asking that council we should just be a little contemplative as we consider these asks that we're making. Thank you.
So Councilmember Shropshire, I think you said earlier you want this on Monday's agenda for an update on what's been articulated tonight. Is we don't have a project manager to coordinate the GC and the architect. We also might need to assign or approve the addendum with the architect. So either it's services we already have, or they'll be providing an update on the solicitation and process moving forward for the project management engagement so that this project can move forward. All right, so Madam Deputy City Clerk, if you can put this on as a presentation, I don't think there'll be action from council needed on Monday, but we do want to be very clear about where we are so we can move this forward. In case we have to take action, that the consensus of council. Okay. So we're not in March. We're still in February. February 19th. Next up, East Point Day at the Capitol. We talked about this at a previous meeting. Our state lobbyist, John Clayton, and his team have been working with Representative Kim Schofield and I think maybe others in our delegation. I think she's leading to try to coordinate East Point Day at the Capitol. They had a challenge trying to get a room reserved for us there to be able to have lunch while there and interact. And so the only date that seems to work before crossover day, I think is February 28th or 29th. So only day that will work before crossover day is February the 26th. And tentatively looking at a time of arriving at the Capitol at 11 a.m. So maybe like an 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. time period on February the 26th. So I shared with them that I would bring it to council tonight to see if that's something we want to do. I know we talked about the bill regarding ambulance services, and there might be some changes to that would give us some opportunities. I think there was another healthcare issue around certificate of need. I don't think a law actually has been filed yet, but I know healthcare was kind of one of our areas. And being that they're in session, we usually, in the past, we've done East Point, had them come here for a legislative roundtable, but because we're in session, we have so many new council members, I think if we go there, we can kind of do 2 in 1. And so does February 26th work for you all? Is that something you like to share for us to share with them, that we want to move forward with that day? Again, that's the day before crossover. If we don't do it before crossover, I think the next date is March 4th, but that would be after crossover. February 26th.
That works for me. That's good.
Works for you all. Okay, so I will let them know, and then they can send us some information. And if we need, I don't know if we need to take action, but if so, I'll put something on for Monday. But I'll let them know that February 26th works for us. They're looking at 11 to 2 p.m. Yep, that's the last Monday in the month. So we wouldn't have a council meeting that day.
I was going to ask, if there was a bill on the floor dealing with the health ambulance services. Do you know if that went through already, or?
I don't have the update on that. I did share with him that those were the types of bills that we're interested in, and we want to know, even if we want to do a resolution, right? Like to be able to have an idea where that is. So
Okay,
that's something they'll give us information about.
Thank
you. Mm-hmm. All righty. Let's put a question mark. Next is update on the audit and financial update. So for this, it is, where are we with fiscal year 22 audit, fiscal year 21, 22, 23, the forensic audit, the financial updates and any of our financial policies and practices. Where are we with the appeal to the insurance carrier, as well as are there any updates on the on our bond rating and any updates on the criminal case, or any information that can be shared? That might have to go to executive session if it's something regarding something local, but those are the items. The audits for 21, 22, 23, forensic audit, any updates in financial policies, bond rating, and update on the criminal investigation. Ms. Jessie.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, we have Cynthia Hammond here from the Finance Department, and she's going to provide an update on the fiscal year audits that you mentioned, and also the forensic audit.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I included an update in the package that you all received, and that covered the audit for FY22. We're still working on the audit for FY22. There are a number of roadblocks. I included those as well. Some include the finalization of the CFA. We don't have a grants manager, it's a schedule of federal awards. And, because we don't have a grant manager, grant coordinator, we're having to figure these things out as we go. The second item I wanted to mention was the FY23 audit. Our goal is to start that as soon as we're complete with the FY22 audit. We're hoping to meet with them tomorrow, and we'll have a date as to the completion of the FY22 audit. I believe we did send a copy of the unaudited financial statements to S&P. So I think that was it accepted, Shannon? Okay, we haven't gotten a response back from them yet. But as a forensic audit goes, we're meeting with Plant Moran tomorrow to go over several items related to that audit. In addition, I believe they've spoken to Attorney Wiggins. Have they contacted you yet?
Not only have I spoken with, just introduced to the forensic auditors, I did speak with the auditors who are doing the FY22. They are seeking a legal letter for all cases that were either pending or open during fiscal year 2022. And I indicated to them, and I think also your office, that's
Yes.
going to take some time because that legal letter has to compile a number of claims and or lawsuits.
Okay. The third item that I included in the report, we were talking about doing a fixed asset review and valuation. I was able to work on the scope of services for that, and we contracts and procurement, we're working together to get an RFP or RFQ out. We closed the old cash pool account, and we're currently working strictly from the new cash pool account. The wire transfers are being constantly vetted by staff. One thing that's different now is before notifications were only going to one person on staff. Now we have 3 different individuals that receive notifications when wire transfers are done or ACH payments are done. So it's no one person who can actually do this without it being known that it's being done.
I'm water transfers. What do you mean?
When we're making payments electronically.
Oh, wire. I'm sorry.
Correct.
I thought you said water. I'm like, let me clean up.
I'm sorry.
Water transfers. Like, what are those?
No wire transfers.
Got you. That makes sense. Okay.
And at this time, that's all I have. I don't have an update relating to the claim. I have not really been included in that process, but I think Ms. Iris, you've been, okay.
Miss Jesse, you want to give us the update on the claim? And Chief, I don't know if there's any updates on the criminal aspect, and then I'll open up the council.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, members of council, Attorney Wiggins and I discussed the matter today. I sent her the background, the emails that we have been sharing. I believe that had been shared with you several times. And she and I are going to get together as soon as she has a chance to digest what I sent her. So we are, if she says that she's fine with us moving forward, we can have a report for you on Monday.
Criminal aspect.
In terms of updates from the Secret Service, they have 6 people under indictment. That's all the information we have at this time. In terms of Fulton County, I do know they have contacted the city and asked for specific documents. I'm not sure, but I think it was passed on to legal. And I've started interviewing more people.
All righty. Thank you. Councilmember Butler, Councilmember.
Yes, thank you. How you doing? It's good to see you both. Ms. Hammond, you said that we don't have a grants manager at this time?
No, we don't.
What happened to the young lady that was doing that?
She left because
She resigned in October and took another position.
What was her name?
Shaquita Barnes.
Yes. Ms. Barnes resigned when? October?
In October.
Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Jessie, do you know if the insurance company received the appeal letter?
They have not, Councilmember Shropshire. Attorney Wiggins and I discussed that today. She has the letter that we were attempting to send to them, and also the background information. So hopefully before the week is out, we can send it on up, but I needed her to review it first.
Okay, so at the last council meeting, the last update that we got, it was stated, and I want to say it was sent on December the 19th, if I'm correct. And that the previous city attorney was the one who sent the letter because you were not copied on the email, so that didn't happen.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and I did say the previous city attorney. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Hammond. You actually anticipated my question. When I first came on in January, I asked in about a dozen different ways to confirm whether or not the appeal request had gone forward to the insurance company. I got a lot of what appeared to be obfuscation. So the definitive answer that was just given to Councilmember Shropshire is that that communication never went forward. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Can we, I mean, that's like critical, right? And I know you both are just recently in these positions. If we can, we need that to go out like yesterday. The bright spot in this is that initially they were only looking at one policy that caps out at 100,000, I think it is. And then now they brought in another policy that has like a $2 million limit.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we need to like walk through that door as quickly as possible. And I know there's a lot of things happening. Thank you all for meeting today, but like we were told it was done December 19th. We're now almost at February 19th. That's 60 days later. And I'm not sure what that time period is. But they've been open to allowing us to reopen and do those things. But I think if we could prioritize that, that's critically important.
Yes, ma'am.
And I won't put it on Monday for an update, but if you all can let us know when it's actually been sent, or what you learn about that, like if you could send us some information, that would be very helpful.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions on this financial audit and financial update? If not, we will transition. Thank you so much, Ms. Hammond. Thank you, Ms. Jessie. We will transition Ms. Jessie to the update on policing. I see Police Chief Buchanan. Yeah, and Chief, I know you probably have some updates on squatters, maybe bank on, so whatever other stuff you might have updates on, if you weave it within this, we can make sure that we allow you to go protect and service.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Councilman, City Manager, City Attorney. Real quick, in terms of our Eye in the Sky program, they've already started installing cameras, so I'm very pleased about that. Hopefully, by mid-March, we'll have all our cameras operative and working, and that's going to be very beneficial for us. We've had a couple of things occur that I feel like should have been captured on camera, so that's going to really help us out. Going to give you a quick update over the weekend. Unfortunately, at Tri-City High School, following a basketball game, a 15-year-old lost his life. We've been working that case all weekend. We've made a lot of strides in that case, so we're really looking forward to bringing that to a quick closure. In terms of squatters, I'm not sure I know where we were. We had a hotline. I haven't had any complaints recently about squatters, but I'll have to get with Attorney Wiggins to see whether or not we still have. I'm pretty sure she's not familiar with the hotline, but we'll have a conversation about that. And I don't think I have anything else on the agenda. I don't think so.
The JAG 2023 MOU says police department.
Oh, so we're forwarding that to you. It's basically a grant that you have to sign off on. It's a community grant every year. So that should be in your office. We sent it last week, so it should be getting there soon. We sent it Friday, I believe. That's all that is.
So we can put this on consent if no one else has any questions, and then I can sign off on Monday night or Tuesday.
Okay.
Okay. That's 37. All right, I think that's the only other thing I see with the police department. I'll call on Councilmember Ziegler, Councilmember Freegley.
Good evening, Chief. I have a few questions to ask. Do you have an update on the Knox Pantry case?
Yes, we met with his family last week. Unfortunately, I can't give an update. They asked us not to. We met with his family. We brought everyone in and gave them a clear update where we were. Also, I'm not sure if you saw over the weekend, we opened up more feasible reward and things of that nature. We feel very strongly about the case. I can talk to you offline. They asked us not to do it.
Okay. And do you have an update on Crush and their hours of operation and where are they in operating fully?
So it's a couple of things. When the previous interim city attorney wrote their own ordinance on there, so we're having that updated by City Attorney Wiggins. So once that's updated, we'll take care of that. They understand that they can't sell alcohol after 2, but we want it in the formal official writing, and that's been taken care of.
So they are able to operate all the way up until 2 or 2:30 with alcohol? Because I think that wasn't that the question? If they could operate fully, like, because didn't they have a cutoff at 11 at one point? Yeah, with the safety plan.
I got Councilmember Ziegler, Mitchell, Freetley, but if you release your mic so Chief can talk. There we go.
So they did agree to a safety plan. We've met with them multiple times about that. They started to have an issue with the safety plan because it was truly voluntary, and they felt like it wasn't sufficient for what they wanted. So they wanted to fight it legally. Once we passed the ordinance that says you can't sell alcohol after 2, they have abided by that. We've made sure they have abided by it. However, we can't, if they violate that, we want to officially cite them once the ordinance is actually signed. Nothing against the previous city attorney. However, he wrote the wrong law for the ordinance. Once we figured it out, the mayor also saw it. And so now Attorney Wiggins will be handling that and making it correct.
Can you tell us what part of the safety plan they had an issue with?
It was the actual ordinance itself. Oh, you was talking about Crush itself?
Yeah, with the safety plan that what part of the safety plan did they have a issue with?
Closing at 11 and closing at midnight. That was their biggest issue. Okay. That's why the ordinance was so important, because they felt like a bulk of their business happened after 2 o'clock in the morning. And that's what they really fought. They did it as a compliance, just because they was trying to, I want to say, for lack of a better term, find favor with us. But that was their goal, to stay open at 4 o'clock in the morning. They felt like we cut back a little bit, maybe they'll give us something. But once we have the ordinance in place, that ended that. And that's what we really needed to do, because everything that happens at the nightclubs or the bars, quote, or restaurants happens after 2 o'clock in the morning.
And do you have an update for us regarding the Airbnb on Lyle?
Yes, so we're meeting with them tomorrow. We've been working with them. As you see the email I sent out earlier, we actually are tracking those individuals down. We have car tags, rental cars, all those type of things. So we are citing them. We're going to cite them again. They really need to be put out of business and have some kind of injunction put on where they can't allow people to stay there, because we've had nothing but complaints with that Airbnb. And we do know it's not an authorized Airbnb.
Okay, so if we know that it's not an authorized Airbnb,
Term rental.
Short-term rental, I do apologize.
so if it's not a legal Airbnb, then how are they allowed to continue?
So we have cited them. They're getting cited again. They're coming in tomorrow. The issue is, and we physically cannot, unless we pad out the doors and go to court, we physically cannot prevent them. We just have to bring them in court and handle it from a legal issue. So I know what you're saying. It seems like, okay, they're not legal, we can't be here, but we physically cannot take over their house or anything like that unless we go through the court process.
Okay. And then there's also been some issues with traffic with KIPP Academy. And I believe that there's supposed to be a consultant that is supposed to start keeping tabs of how many cars go down that road. Do you know anything about that or have an update?
So we've got some complaints earlier about KIPP Academy, probably back in December, but we've had traffic units out there. So that has really started to clear up. Now I will tell you, those apartments, they reopened, I should say, or reopening is going to cause another traffic concern because it's right at the corner of KIPP Academy. So unfortunately, there's going to be some inconveniences in the morning and when people get off of work, but we have monitored that area.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Hey, good evening, Chief. I just want to go back to the squatting situation. I was looking back through my notes. Did we ever find an ordinance or solution that we could charge those squatters with? Or is that possible?
We thought we did.
Oh, okay.
We thought we did.
Okay.
However, let me just kind of give you a quick history.
Okay. We
We didn't have an issue until early last year, around January, February, March. And we started giving people criminal trespassing, charging with burglary and things of that nature. The problem is some of these people we found out had, of course, all of them had fraudulent lease, but they say they was unaware they were fraudulent. A lot of them moved voluntarily. A lot of them came to court and we was able to, show it was fraudulent and cite them. Now, the issue is, and I'll continue this article, they just did it not too long ago. It should be a criminal matter. It's not a criminal matter, it's a civil matter. There's actually legislation going on right now to try to change that because Atlanta metropolitan area, I just found on the news, they just did a big story saying we're the #1 place in the country for squatters because it's not considered a criminal matter, it's considered a civil matter. And I will tell you what we've been doing, and here's the issue. Right now, if you went home, there was a squatter in your house, we're gonna take them to jail, no doubt about it. The issue is, a lot of times, they're not getting into individual people's homes. They're getting into corporations' homes. And that's the biggest issue because we're trying to fight the corporation. Please come out here. Please get these people out. Please help us better secure your residence. And just to bring you up, that was our biggest issue because a lot of times squatters had been in those residents 3 and 4 months and they were owned by corporations. The corporation hadn't checked on them in 4 or 5 months. Right. So once the corporation came in, it wasn't as simple as you're not supposed to be here, you got to leave. It was, well, I've been here 3 or 4 months. Here's my paperwork. I'm not leaving. That was the biggest issue. But I will assure you, if you left your house or went on vacation for a week or two and you came back with a squatter, we're going to lock them up because we know that's a problem.
Cool. So this be one of the things we take to the Capitol for East Point Day? You think we can work with it? Okay. All right. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Chief. Just can you clarify, going back to Crush, with the previous city manager cited the wrong ordinance? Can you clarify that a little bit more?
So we passed the ordinance. You all passed the ordinance council, and
Was it that one or the marijuana ordinance?
It was that one as
Okay.
well. So we passed the ordinance in reference to prior, you could sell alcohol up to 5 a.m. in the morning. We pushed that ordinance back to 2 a.m. and that's last call had to be 15 minutes earlier. The ordinance that was written on the law was the wrong ordinance. It was, I guess he made a mistake, but it was not the right ordinance. We didn't find that out until later. So the mayor actually called me and she asked him, hey, go back and correct this. And he didn't correct it in time, for lack of a better term. So now Attorney Wiggins this will be correcting that to get the mayor to sign off on it. So even though we've passed the law, the ordinance hadn't been signed.
This was the citywide alcohol ordinance.
Yes.
Thank you. And I don't know if you can say much, but do you have any update on the incident that happened at Sumner Park?
That incident is also related. We'll talk offline, but all of those are related. We have, at first yesterday, we didn't know, but we've been working hard today. All of that's related. I'm sorry, related to the Tri-City shooting. So the juvenile that was shot, it was 2 juveniles shot on last Friday. Both juvenile cases are related.
Thank you. And finally, just I want to thank you again for Friday for the meeting that you did.
No problem. We're going to really push, so you'll see.
Thank you. I wanted to address this to Councilmember Mitchell. I think this is the issue that we're having with the squatters. One of the solutions that I proposed is the one that I'm going to bring back next month. We have corporations that own single-family homes in our city. In fact, the number 2 single-family home owner has 53,000 homes in the United States. And it's making it so that people can't afford their first home. What the ordinance that I propose that we'll bring up next week will allow us the opportunity to try to have someone that we can talk to that own these corporations that we can expedite these squatting issues. And so I just want to say that that ordinance that I'm proposing is as a result of some of these problems that we have.
Thank you. And I'm glad you brought that up about the squatters because they did mention that on the news that there is a big issue in Atlanta with squatters. It's everywhere. And hopefully when we go to the Capitol, they would pass that to make it a crime instead of what it is now, which makes it easier for law enforcement to go in and enforce the crime, because I know squatters was very, very bad over in Heritage Park. It was a huge issue over there in Heritage Park. And speaking on that, we also have an upcoming item about bank-owned properties, which is part of that ordinance or something that we can put in place where we know where each property that the bank owns, and we would have someone to get in contact with, as well as hopefully we can work with the banks to put homeowners in that property. And this has been on the agenda for quite some time before any other item was placed on the agenda. So we've been dealing with that issue for a while. And to speak on the ordinance with Crush, was that the night that we voted on it, that it was not changed, or is it something that was sent and it was not changed? And how did that
So
happen?
the night we voted on it was approved. However, at the time, we did not know it was not the correct ordinance. So once we got back and took a look at it and the mayor told us, this is not the right ordinance on here for this. So that's what we're waiting on. And he was told to correct the ordinance. I'm just not sure what his status ever
Because
happened.
we
See,
made
that was
the
the
changes.
marijuana ordinance.
So we had an issue with the marijuana ordinance as well.
Okay.
So yeah, it was both of them though.
Because I know we had conversations because I think we tabled it until the changes was made.
Yeah, I read the entire section into the record at that meeting with the changes.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear because I thought we talked about the changes, but I don't think you was telling him what changes to make, but I don't think he actually made the changes. That's what I think the issue was.
So what we had attached to the agenda that night was the full ordinance with the changes included, and then an amended a separate document for ordinance amendment to only amend the sections where we were changing it to 2. So we read the full ordinance with the 2 o'clock and the right sections. The ordinance that was before us to amend that section, the draft didn't have the other sections that we amended, but when I read the full ordinance, it was in there.
Okay.
So let me ask this question, Madam City Attorney, do you have a copy of the ordinance?
Yes, ma'am. I did receive it today. I've got a PDF from the city clerk's office, and I see where the sections are listed in the draft that I have. I'm referencing it to Municode to see if it's referencing all and the correct sections to move it from 5 to 2.
So then the question is, and we've already voted for it to make the changes. So now it just has to be signed. There's nothing else that we have to do at this time.
Nothing else for the council to do but sign. The mayor has to sign the amendment to reference the correct sections.
Okay. So what you have don't have the correct section.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And I think y'all brought up the marijuana law. I think, Mayor, I think we had a brief conversation about that, so we could take a.
Yeah, I got that one
Okay.
signed. They corrected that one
right.
this month. I think I got it either this month or the end of last month. So that one's been signed. Councilmember Cummings.
Oh, good grief. Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the questions that Councilmember Shropshire, I know it's a big concern about all these corporations coming in and buying up all these large numbers of property. So this is just a question to throw out to Attorney Wiggins. Is there, and I don't even know if it's possible to have some sort of ordinance that we could possibly put in place. Let's just say a corporation comes in and then we may say within 100 square feet or whatever, you can limit the number that corporations can come in. An individual or an entity can come in and purchase so many houses within a certain block. Is that even something possible?
So I recall a statute, a Georgia statute, that prohibits municipalities from regulating some aspect of what you're talking about. I'm going to research it as soon as I'm trying to do it as, simultaneously as the meeting's going on. As soon as I get done with the alcohol ordinance, I will research your question to give you that statute to make sure it is addressing what you're saying or some other aspect. It came up in the context of renting out, regulating rentals and limiting the number of rentals in a city. But there's more to it. So I'll answer that question shortly.
All right. And I just, maybe it would, kind of limit some of that with corporations coming in and just buying up whole blocks or whole neighborhoods. So I don't know. It's just something I thought of. So just put it out. I yield, Madam Mayor.
All right. Thank you so much. I don't think we need Chief for any of the other items. Thanks for the update, Chief.
Thank you all.
And for your leadership in keeping us, protecting the servant, keeping us safe. Thank you. Next up, discussion on bank-owned housing in East Point. Councilmember Shropshire. Oh, I thought Waters. That satisfies
And we talked
that
about
one too.
bank-owned houses. Actually, yeah, in my comments when I said that was part of the thing that we brought up about the bank-owned houses, how many?
Oh, and she
Getting
started
a-
talking about the rental.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So this item, where do we?
Councilmember Cummings asked the question about putting a limit on it, and Attorney Wiggins is gonna research it and get us back that information.
So you want March work session?
We could, yeah, move it to March work session.
All right.
Because hopefully we can maybe come up with a policy and put something in place where they will have to notify the city if we can find out how many banks own houses or corporation. Notify the city and try to work with them with some kind of program to turn them into home ownership for our first responders, nurses, school teachers, and stuff like that.
Okay. Squatters in East Point, he said we don't have any complaints at this time for the hotline. What do you want to do with that one?
We can put it on the next work session because I know the biggest problem was Heritage Park,
and Lakeside Preserve.
And Lakeside Preserve, and we're going to the Capitol, so hopefully they would pass
That law.
that law that would make it a crime for squatters,
Okay.
for people who do that.
Next up, House Proud.
House Proud. Miss Jessie, can we get an update? Because I know the last that we talked, it was going to go out for a bid. So if we can get an update on where we are with House Proud. And for those who don't know, House Proud is a program that is here in East Point, and it's like what's the other program? Habitat. And what's the other one? Yeah, but I forgot the name. It's not Habitat. It's the other one.
The Men of Intelligence?
Mm-mm. No, it'll come to me. It's not Habitat. I can't even think of it right now. It'll come to me. But it's repairing senior homes. And there was a lot of seniors on the list. And actually one of the people who started the program lives in East Point. Yeah, and they have a lot of East Point residents on the list, seniors that need home repair. And like for Atlanta, Atlanta puts in, and they also get, I want to say Tyler Perry donates money to help Atlanta. So we wanted to utilize some of the Aquafund money to do that for the senior citizens that are on the list that live in East Point, because that's basically what they said. If the funding is there, then they could help East Point resident. If not, then they have to wait till they get additional fundings, because sometimes the funding is kind of set on where they want it to go. So if we can get an update on where we are with the solicitation on that, with doing that.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, members of council, we are prepared to issue a request for quotations. I believe you all discussed several different options, RFP or request for quotations and qualifications. Thank you, ma'am. And we're prepared to go ahead and issue that if everybody is in agreement with that. Yes, ma'am. We will work on that this week.
One of the greatest needs that we have is heating and air and bathroom and kitchen repairs. A lot of the floors are rotted out, and roofing, of course, the roofing repairs for seniors. So, oh yeah, and the handicap rails for the front porches and the bathrooms.
Yes.
So those are some of the biggest problems that we're facing with our seniors, because we really do want them to age at home if we can. But we're having some major problems. Thank you, because this is and the need is extremely great, because we have a lot of older population of seniors with older aging housing and installation. I don't even know if the installation is working in most of them. That's why they complain about a lot of the utility bills. I think because the installation is so poor.
It is.
So thank you, Ms. Jessie, for this. Thank you.
Indicated solicitation to go out this week, so do we need to place this on any other item, or we could just? Pressure mic.
And how long does the solicitation last once it goes out?
I'm going to ask Derman Lawrence.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Right now, the advertising date for it would be February 21st. Closing date for it would be March 27th.
March 27th.
Yes, ma'am.
So then we can have an update in April. Yes.
Right. We have to do evaluation committee for those.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's see, I've been working on just kind to freshen up or look at our grievance policy. I know we get anonymous letters from time to time from staff, and different staff members talk to different members on council with regards to if they feel there's some sort of unfair treatment or whatever. So what I wanted to do was just kind of look at what our grievance policy, what it entailed. And I did have a copy. We had copies that were passed out to everyone on council. And I looked at what it was that we had that I could find in our Muni code. And I know that police and fire, they kind of have something separate, but just for our our staff members. And something that we did, I always talk about Atlanta. I know y'all tell me this is not Atlanta, but Atlanta has some good stuff from time to time. But one of the things that they did that kind of tied into our grievance policy was to do a Survey Monkey. And basically what it was a list of maybe about 98 questions or so. And it basically asked staff, all employees, just how we felt about certain things on the job. You know, if we felt like there was an open door policy, if you felt like you're being treated fairly, whole lot of different things, just pretty much how to get a pulse, just to get a pulse on the on the staff members here. Because like I said, I've always felt that the staff members, your Parks and Rec, all the different divisions of labor, Parks and Rec, electric department, water, sewer, public works, all of them, you guys are the boots on the ground. You are the heartbeat, the pulse of the city. And just to find out, just to make sure, do they feel comfortable? Because I mean, you come here every day. No one should ever, feel uncomfortable or wake up in the morning inside like, man, I got to come in here every day. This is your bread and butter. This is how you feed and take care of your family. So I think one of the things that we needed to look at was, what our grievance policy was. And I have a handout, and I kind of looked at what I found in the Muni Code, which was just one page. And I sort of went and looked through some other different cities and the policy, and I just kind of picked and I pulled from a couple different cities and sort of put in some, just sort of tried to come up with something that I thought would work for East Point. And also came up with some forms where the employee would actually go in and fill out the necessary forms when there's a grievance policy. So what I wanted to do, I sent it over to the city attorney, and she made some comments on there, and I sent it out I emailed it to everyone as well. And it lists what her recommendations are. So if we could all get a chance, maybe over the next week or so, to just sort of take a look at it, any type of feedback or information input that you all would like to, include in it. I think we definitely, I think it's something that definitely is necessary and it's needed, just so that the employees, if they feel like they're wrong, there should be some sort of recourse, and they should be able to, if a grievance needs to be filed, that's okay. And it shouldn't feel like there's going to be any type of form of retaliation done. I mean, if you're treated unfairly, you're treated unfairly, and no one deserves that. So I just wanted to sort of work on this grievance policy. I sort of kind of got the ball rolling. And if everybody, the members here on council and Madam, maybe you'll just kind of take a look at it. Look at, some things, maybe some things that we can add or take away. Like I said, I did send it to Attorney Wiggins, and I emailed everybody and let you know what her recommendations were. So that's kind of the ask today. And once we kind of look at everything, if you can forward those back and I can kind of put some stuff in to see, and we'll, once send it back out to everyone, they approve it, they think it's okay, and then we'll send it back to the city attorney. And hopefully it'll be something that we can roll out sooner rather than later. But I think one of the biggest things I asked today would be to see what we needed to do to, because you all are familiar with the Survey Monkeys, correct? But if it's something that we could sort of draft or put together to send to the employees, just so we can sort of get, just see how they. Yes, there you go. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Send what to the employees?
The Survey Monkey, what it is basically, just.
I'm aware of what Survey Monkey is. I'm just confused about what we're assessing, because it feels like we're getting into operations. So I was listening but reading something else. I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Okay, so, and it may be, now that you say it, I think it would be operations, but I think for me, I felt like it would tie in with the grievance policy. And the thing is just to kind of feel, just to get a pulse on the city employees, because we get all these anonymous letters where people feel, treatment may be unfair or certain things are happening. So I think, there should be some sort of outlet. I mean, if they feel like they've been wronged or something is done wrong to them, there should be some sort of process in place. And I know I looked at what it is that we have here with the city, the policy that we had, and I just thought that that it could be definitely spruced up a bit more from what it is that we have, this one-page document. So like I said, I just sort of put some stuff together. And the ask with the Survey Monkey was a series of questions that go out to the employees, and we make some sort of assessment just to really see, because they may hate us and think we all crap or whatever. But the thing is, at least you sort of know what it is and those things that we can do to keep the, to make employees happy. So they shouldn't come here and hate coming to the job. I'm sure there's several employees that do enjoy the job, but you may have some that feel a certain kind of way about, so maybe their treatment, or if they went out for a certain promotion and felt like they didn't get it, do they feel like they were, treated unfairly or whatever. So with the survey, it just basically would give us an assessment for the city manager, her department, their department, just an assessment of just really, how the employees feel. Because if you're happy on your job, you stay here. Yes. So, retention is a problem that we have here in the city. And I think it would be something, just like I said, just to sort of get a pulse on the city, all the city employees.
Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Freeland.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. And just, so just to make sure, we're not working with this document. We're looking at this one.
This is what I was showing, this is what I pulled on, this is what we had.
And this is the one you want to change.
Yeah, this is what they did.
So if the city attorney can, do you mind sharing some of the changes you saw? Because I see a couple of them in here. I didn't check my email. Yeah.
I'm pulling up the email that I sent to Councilwoman Cummings. Give me 1 second. A couple of things I can remember off the top of my head is that there were some basic formatting issues, but there was also here we go. You have them?
And some of the recommendations that she made were not frequent, which is reduction. Some of the suggestions that she made, she said, was including RIFs is not grievable, which is a reduction in force. So if we have to downsize on departments, that's not grievable. Making it clear that the right to representation is not paid for by the city. she said that there were some formatting issues because everything it was under the code for the city was section 4-1071. And when I kind of added stuff, I didn't have any other numbers to use, so I went to A, B, C, and D. So that may be what she's talking about with that. Section 5 of Section 5 of 4-107E should read submission of grievance to city manager. Next was on the forms, should note on page 3 include police. And that's why I wanted to send it to them because I didn't know if this would be, because I do know they have their own grievance. I know the fire department does. So this may not be applicable to them, but if it would be applicable to the city workers. On the forms, when it's referenced an appeal, it says 3 days and the policy says 5 days. So, I mean, I'm not perfect on this, but that's why we pass it off to the city attorney and may want to include the employee retains the right to pursue his or her grievance with EEOC. So those were the changes. Those are the suggestions that she made, and I definitely don't have a problem, with it. This is my first time doing this, so I think it was too bad. So.
Councilwoman Shropshire, I was able to locate the email. She did go through all of the, Councilwoman Cummings did go through all of the suggested changes I saw at first glance. The forms seem to be in line with the suggested policy she put together. I think, did you mention about the submission of the grievance to the city manager under section 5 of 4-1071E? On the forms.
Okay.
So just to make sure, the review that I did, just to make sure that the forms that she drafted corresponded with the proposed language that she drafted, you have to go back between the forms and the language to ensure that they are concurrent. And so the only other one she didn't mention was that on the forms, you've got to change some stuff so it can be in line with her proposed language.
Okay, so here's my question, and I see that the grievance said they have to first submit it to their supervisor. So, and I think that's been the problem from the start. If they have a problem with their supervisor, then it should go somewhere else. So wait. So here's my concern. I don't think it should go to the supervisor. I think it should go to HR and the city manager, because, and I'm gonna go back to the letter since you brought the letter up. The letter said, and some of the complaints was being retaliated against with the supervisor. So if I have a problem with my supervisor, I'm not gonna go to my supervisor with the problem. We have to create an avenue for the employees to go to and feel comfortable and safe in making a complaint. So I think by taking the supervisor out of the process and letting it go to HR and the city manager, that would help a lot.
So you're saying just take the supervisor out?
Take the supervisor out altogether, because a lot of people don't, if you got a problem with your supervisor, you're not gonna go and complain to your supervisor.
And I know that you all made this, I know it's just placed before you, so. And I definitely don't want to see them go through it. We don't have to hear it for me anyway. But the ask would be that, we could just sort of take I'm sorry. The ask would be if we just, everybody just have an opportunity to look at it, unless there's just some general questions, just kind of off the top of the dome that you may want to ask about it, but just to I want everybody to really take a deep dive into it, because I think it's important that we do have, a process in place that staff, that they believe in it, if there's something that's done wrong and I filed this paperwork here, that, something is actually going to be done. So I really want us to, truly, take a deep dive into this and make sure that we're doing the best for the staff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Cummings, for bringing this. I just want to clarify. I looked at the email. Do we have Attorney Wiggins' responses? I don't see it.
The grievance policy, the proposed language from Councilwoman Cummings came from her to me. So when I responded with my opinions, observations, I responded directly to her. It's my understanding she added that to the packet tonight, but I can certainly forward my email to her, to the rest of the council.
Oh, I'm sorry. I see it in the body of the email. Got it. Thank you. I stand corrected. And question maybe for Attorney Wiggins, on the final page in the final section regarding the grievance forms, it lists the items that would need to be completed by the employee: name, title, position, grade, department office, code section violated, and remedy requested. Is asking an employee to cite the code section violated, is that placing too high a burden on someone who has a concern about their position? And then second question, is it appropriate to ask them to provide a remedy at that point in the process?
I don't think it's too much of an ask. They may not know it. I don't think they should be penalized if they don't know it, because they may just be able to describe the issue and not know if it's tied to a particular code section. So putting it on there is not harmful, but hopefully it's an understanding that it's not a requirement if you don't know it.
Yeah, I would just be concerned that someone takes their best guess and cites a code section and gets it wrong. Is that prejudicial against them moving forward in the process? I don't think that would be fair.
I would hope not, that it would not be prejudicial, and that it's maybe some employee is very well read, right, and knows exactly what the violation was or the allegation was, and they may want to include it. It's certainly not something that would be harmful to add unless you wanted to word it differently. If you are aware, please state, something that's more inviting than a requirement.
You could put in parentheses, if known, or something.
If known, exactly.
Something like that. And then to your point about the survey, across the entire federal government, there's an annual survey called the Employee Viewpoint Survey. And it's not reactionary to anything. It's every year. Maybe that's something along those lines that could be instituted for East Point moving forward. Just a thought.
But it's strictly anonymous that you submit your information.
Oh, no, I just wanted to, just real quick, I do like the idea of the surveys. Just in research, we use surveys all the time to do needs assessments and to build baselines and things of that nature. We might have to work on the mechanism on how we send out the survey. Definitely will have to be anonymous, I feel. But I think it's a great way to get a grasp on morale. Since there's a lot of new leadership coming, we might have some interims, maybe some new faces coming aboard. I think it is good for us to understand the morale of the employees of the city. So I just wanted to back that idea, and may have to make some tweaks to a couple of things, but I think it's pretty solid. Thank you.
All right. So Councilmember Cummings, you want this on the March work session? I think they're connected with the whistleblower too, right? So I think we need to think of this, I guess, as a tiered process of people need an outlet for grievances and shouldn't go to supervisors. I agree with that. Employee satisfaction, I forgot what Councilmember Freely called it at the federal level, but getting the temperature anonymously, that would be helpful. And then how do they interplay, right? So like now it's kind of grievance policy and whistleblower ordinance, but not like, I think we talk about how we make these work together to ensure that we get information or people feel like there are ways to share the information that's needed and what's the difference between the two. Um, and so I think right now, probably should go straight into the whistleblower process because they're connected and see if we have any updates. We were told that it was going to be a vendor at 12,000. Then I think they were soliciting, like we were supposed to get updates around where we are because we have an ordinance that was adopted. I feel like it was 2003. It's been a long time since we've had an ordinance. We used to have a hotline. But I called a number from the flyer I received a couple months ago. Of course, it doesn't work. And so we talked about engaging a third party vendor. And at one point, we were told that the city was about to go with somebody because they found somebody at $12,000 or whatever it is. And so I don't see the interim contract and procurement director walking forward yet. But like,
Yes.
that's the purpose of the discussion is because we were told, and then we were supposed to get the information, I think, from the people who responded or something. So where are we at with engaging a vendor for the hotline?
Madam Mayor, the proposals for this was announced last time we talked about it. It's actually due Thursday, February 29th. Once we receive that, actually the questions are going to be coming up, deadlines is going to be coming up this week. And right now we have 2 questions that I just told Miss Jessie that we'll send to her so that she can then send to you all. Then after that, once the proposals are due, I'll submit those straight to Miss Jessie for you all to have. Or I can print them out and have them in your mailboxes.
By the end of February, then it should be coming to us by March work session. So we'll put this on the March work session to trail the grievance policy. But I think as we look at bringing them forward, thinking about how they work together. I know the whistleblower hotline is for like more things that are criminal in nature, I guess, or things that people feel like they may be retaliated against. And I think we do need both. But the solicitation is out. It'll come back. But I think as we move forward, we had discussion at the March work session that we're looking at a proposed grievance policy. We have a whistleblower. How do they connect and how do we share this information with staff in a way that everybody understands how they're connected or how these systems work?
Not a problem. Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Jessie.
Yes, ma'am.
Does
Madam Mayor.
anybody else have anything? Well, we have Mr. Darman. Okay, great, thanks. So, Madam Deputy City Clerk, that was item number 19, can go to the March work session as well. That's where we move 10. Remove that one. Short-term rental update, Councilmember Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're having some major problems in East Washington, and I put this on the agenda. We've been kind of asking for this for a while. The property is located at 1268 Lau Street, and we need an update on our short-term rental, our management company, because when I tell you this house is a thorn in our side, it is a thorn in our side. I mean, I don't know if they ever had a proper guest there. We've had a fugitive caught there. We've had a shooting. And recently, I think we had a surrounding, like the police had to surround the house. And the neighbors are just fed up with this. So what we're talking about, numerous complaints. And I would really like to hear an update on the short-term rental company that we have, because we know that the neighbors are putting the complaints in, and if they have so many, I thought that they were supposed to be banned or ousted off the program. Do we have the company here? Because I've been asking for this about 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, begging.
Jesse, I don't see anybody from planning and zoning moving yet, but Granicus is the company that's doing the
Yeah.
short-term rental. Do we have any updates from Granicus?
Somebody say something.
Kimberly?
I mean, I don't see no movement.
Yeah. Do you have, does planning have any information?
Good evening. Granicus is a third-party code enforcement um, agency, and to my knowledge, the contract with Granicus expired in the summer, and so I don't have any additional information in reference to that.
Granicus is the company. Who do we engage for short-term rental?
Granicus was brought on. It was solicited. The contract was given to Granicus to provide third-party code enforcement services to the
We've
city.
been talking about short-term rental in Granicus. Like,
Probably 5 months, 4 months.
I'm
'cause
not.
I've been begging for them.
I'm not like. Am I confused? The short-term rental company that we engage to help enforce our short-term rental laws that we put in place was Granicus.
That's correct.
So you said they were doing code enforcement.
Granicus is a company that provides code enforcement services. They provide a module that provides to the city the number and the amount and detailed information about each short-term rental in the city that is
Right.
operating illegally.
Right. So do we have information from before their contract expired? That's a whole nother issue. Like, I don't know how we keep getting so many expired contracts, and we have a city clerk who's supposed to be the keeper of records, have a city manager who's over operations and contracts and procurement is under the city manager, and then we have city attorney positions, and we've talked about those positions coordinating to come up with a system. So the contract expired, we have no company in place, and like we worked for a long time to even get them in place. So like, who's doing anything with short-term rental?
As far as short-term rental permits, prior to Granicus coming on board, our department coordinated with BS&A, so we actually intake the permits through our department. As far as code enforcement perspective, I don't have any additional information to offer. It's out of my purview.
So, okay. So when so now that we know that the contract has expired, are we intending to send this back out for an RFQ or something to solicitate? All right, so let me ask you a question. One, are we going to send it back out for a bid so that we can have people tracking and monitoring and managing these short-term rentals so that the residents are not playing hotel keepers? And then what about the data that they collected? Like, and you might not be the right person to ask this, but they were collecting data on short-term rentals in the city, and they were also documenting, that was their goal, to document all of the complaints or concerns in reference to what the residents were seeing. So if the contract expired, like they still kind of, because we were paying them, right? So did we, and you might not be the right person, I'm just asking this out loud. So did we receive any data from them so that if we hire a new company or if they intend to bid again, we will have a starting point. We won't start from zero, because they collected all of the Airbnbs, all the short-term rentals in the city. And this is what I was hoping. They collected all of the addresses and they knew where the Airbnbs were in the city. And so they were able to monitor, manage, and keep an update like with code enforcement issues or concerns, to report it back to the short-term rentals to see whether they are a viable company to keep, housing to keep. Does that?
That makes sense.
Okay.
I just don't have the
So
response.
can we get a follow-up? So, and I appreciate your honesty. Can we get a follow-up, Ms. Jessie?
Yes, ma'am.
In reference to that? When I tell you East Washington residents are extremely frustrated with this 1268 Lowell Street House, it has really been a major problem. And I don't blame them, but we do need some resolution, because they're not the only ones that are having a problem. They're having problems across the city too. On the other side. So what is your suggestion, Ms. Jessie?
My suggestion is to investigate what happened with Granicus. And if it's a contract that can be, I don't know the terms, I haven't seen it, but we will get a report back to you. We'll get our internal team together to figure out what happened and where it sits, who oversees the contract, what's been done with the data that has already been collected, and get something back to you.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, I do have a question for you, if you don't mind. Is there a reason why this contract was not renewed? Did we have problems with Granicus?
There were some issues with Granicus, and there were talks with Granicus. Unfortunately, I was out at that time. I know that the city attorney's office, police department, as well as taxation, finance department, they were involved in those talks. Unfortunately, I was out at that time, so I just don't have a lot of information about what happened. But there were some concerns and there were some issues.
This is when you were out on family medical leave?
Yes.
Okay. And so while you were out, that contract didn't get renewed?
I'm sorry?
While you were out, that contract did not get renewed?
I believe the contract expired in June or July.
Okay, and what were some of those issues we were having with Granicus?
Some of the issues were dealing with the taxation collection. Other issues were dealing with just code enforcement in general and coordinating with the code enforcement team, training the code enforcement team on how to use the module and follow through on the data that they provided. There may have been some issues with permitting as well. Prior to Granicus coming on board, as I stated before, our team was using BS&A in order to intake our permits. After Granicus came on board, it became kind of dissected or defragmented on the process in general. And so we chose to take the permitting component outside of Granicus. But the Granicus contract was a code enforcement module. It was intended to support our code enforcement team so they can monitor and provide services, as well as use the data that they collect to use in court against the people that are having short-term rentals without permits. So it was supposed to be used as code enforcement support in order to, when they have to go to court, they would have all the documentation, all the data that they collect, and the services that they provide. It would be easier for the city to provide citations to those offenders.
So let me say this so that we won't waste any time. Would you recommend we use Granicus again?
I could speak on the permitting component. I do not recommend it for permitting. As far as taxation and code enforcement, I would have to defer to code enforcement team and the finance department.
Ms. Jessie, is it possible for us to put out an RFP to find someone who can do this?
Yes, sir. We would like to get some background on what happened, more so what was in the RFP, because it may not apply to what
let me help put in some of the things that I think may have happened. It seems to me that there's a breakdown in between the data and enforcement. And if I'm remembering correctly, there was some people in code enforcement didn't want to enforce the codes that had to be done and maybe that's because of training and Granicus didn't do the correct training or how that was supposed to happen, as I recall in some of the things that happened. So hopefully that would expedite your research. It just seems like there was a total breakdown. We had these expectations that this company would come in, give us the data, collect the money, not only the money in terms of permitting, also monitor short-term rentals in terms of homestay and whole house rentals, that type of thing, and they didn't do that. So in order to expedite time, because we haven't had these people since June or July, so there's been, I think what needs to be held accountable from staff is, why wasn't the council informed? Who's collecting the tax money? Who's enforcing short-term rental stays? And is there a company out there qualified to do this hybrid type thing we've invented? I know in Florida, in particular Miami, where they have designated people to do code enforcement for short-term rental because it's so big. I'm not saying that we should do that, but this is somebody fumbled the ball here. And the best way for us to do this is to own up to our mistakes and try to correct them as quickly as we possibly can. And I hope this background helps you so we can just get on that, start that real quickly, that process very quickly.
A bit to Councilmember Butler's point. I mean, it feels a little like we're presumptuously maybe blaming the vendor. Maybe the breakdown is between the vendor and the city, but it would have been good, it seems to me, while I was not on council, if staff had brought those issues to someone back in June or July so that corrective action could be taken rather than simply letting it lapse for months and months. So if that vendor was not the right vendor, then what are the lessons learned so that we know what to ask for next time? If it was the right vendor and it was not managed properly, that's on us, and that needs to be corrected moving forward. As to the data, surely whatever data was collected by this contractor, that's work product that the city, I would assume, has access to. So even if the contract expired, did we just not do anything to action the data that we received moving forward? That doesn't make any sense to me. So I'd like to know where that data went and was any use ever made of it? And then recommendations from across the various city departments that worked with this contractor, because it sounds like it's more than planning, to find out, what their thoughts were. Was it useful? What could be done better next time?
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. So, and so you were out during that time that the contract expired, Ms. Smith. So is it anyone in your office could possibly shed some light on what happened? Because I remember when we hired Granicus, they were supposed to oversee the short-term rental, is my understanding. And you're saying pretty much that's not what they were supposed to do. It was only for code enforcement reasons.
That's my understanding. Their module is a digital platform, iCloud-based platform, where if you have administrative privileges, which all of the impacted departments were provided with administrative privileges, you are allowed to go into the system and look based on what your discipline is. Like, for example, our team could go in and look at all of the permitting that's going on. Code enforcement could go in and look at code enforcement issues and data. The tax department could go in and kind of check in on how many, what taxes are collected. I believe there was a breakdown in the training of each division or department in their particular modules. That's where I believe there was a breakdown in. But there were emails sent out referencing the contract and renewing the contract. And for lack of a better term, it just basically expired.
So no one responded about not renewing it or just let it expire?
So there were talks in, I want to say August, September. And there were members from each of the impacted departments on that team. From my department, Timothy Scott was put on the team, but we had several members that were there. The city attorney was there. I know there was taxation, there was code enforcement people on there, as well as my business license coordinator and my permits manager, and taxation as well. However, I wasn't there, so I don't know exactly what the outcome was. But I want to say, based on what I was told and providing a summary once I returned back, that a decision was made to put the contract back out for bid because none of the departments were happy with what has transpired to date. So there wasn't really a willingness for the city to move on with Granicus because they weren't happy with what they had received to date.
Okay.
And it's my understanding that legal was supposed to send out some letter or have some type of coordination, but again, I just was not involved in that part of the process.
So I think you just answered my question. So basically, we have to decide what it is that we want to see in with whoever they get. Because my question was going to be, did it ever go out? Did the RFQ or
it did not?
So it never went out. So we have to decide what we want, because it was my understanding that they were going to be more like oversight of the short-term rentals. And from what I'm hearing, it was more like oversight of any code violations and not oversight of the short-term rentals. So we have to decide what we want to see with whatever company we hire. And it also, my understanding that the company Granicus is not, and I might be wrong, doing business in Atlanta, state of Georgia, because they didn't get enough notice or for whatever reason. So moving forward, we just have to be very clear on what it is that we want to see with whatever company that we hire. And that's just moving forward. But I would like to know all the details of what happened and who decided to cancel the contract. And I know you mentioned someone was supposed to send something legal, which didn't happen. So, yeah, okay.
I did have a question.
Mitchell and then Councilman.
So I guess I'm trying to get a better understanding of what the purpose of this company is. So do they provide a service that our court enforcement can't provide? Is that what you're saying?
The short-term rental process was a process that the city, I want to say, to put the policies in place. It took about 3 years for the city to come to an agreement on what type of short-term rental policies we wanted. Once council decided that and voted on whole house and homestay as a policy. We had to go through a zoning ordinance rewrite and update. We also had to update our business license and code of ordinances with the city. So there were 3 different ordinances that were adopted at the end of that process. During that process, there was recommendations made by staff that we currently did not have the human resources in our code enforcement department to actually enforce the 3 ordinances that the city adopted. And so an RFP went out to provide short-term rental code enforcement support to our team because we just didn't have the staff in place to man such a big project. Because short-term rentals, I mean, over the last couple of years and with the city being in the close proximity to the airport, it's a huge issue with the city. So
So is their goal to come and train us, and then, or would they, was the goal for them to be here permanently? Or they come and train us on the ordinances, and I guess we use their platform?
it's an ongoing contract that was to be renewed annually.
Okay. So they would basically keep maintenance of the platform. They'll give us access to their platform, and their platform simplifies, I guess, all our permitting and all that kind of stuff.
It mostly is for code enforcement support. As a side service, they provided the opportunity for us to use their permitting platform as well as their tax collection platform.
And I'm guessing that's just a POS of, or that they can pay your taxes on there, or they keep up with who owes
To
what?
pay for the taxes. There's an 8% tax that was associated with the city-approved ordinance.
That was it. Thank you.
Councilmember Freely.
To your point, you said there was a discussion in maybe September or something where a decision was made not to continue with this vendor, but to move forward seeking another vendor, correct? Which did not happen because the city attorney did not do that apparently. But would we be able to track down the outcomes of that discussion so that when we do move forward, we aren't reinventing the wheel? We have the insights that were gathered from that discussion.
I think that we will be able to come together with the impacted departments because there's an internal team that comprise of planning, code enforcement, tax, or finance department.
So the city manager, I mean, I guess as we move forward, if there's anything that can be recovered from that meeting last year that's useful, that might just put us a step ahead. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Short-term rental update on the March work session. And since we're talking about all short-term rentals, we can just drop Airbnb and do short-term rental update. It's, I meant to catch it, but it's fine. They know what I mean. Yeah. So do we have any applicants here on 34 or 35, 1500 Nabal Avenue and 0 East Washington? Okay.
We do, on number 35, they want to remove that from the agenda. I forgot. And they want to send that back to.
Is that him?
That's Maybell. But 35 is, I'm sorry, the number 35, they want to remove that one.
All right, let's go with Nabel first. And since we have somebody here, and then we can go through that one. I think if it's been advertised, we might have to have a hearing and then do it at the meeting.
Okay. Um, oh, there we are. Good evening, Mayor and Council. In reference to this case number at 1500 Naval Avenue, it's a rezoning petition. The case number is 2023 RZ-002-12. The applicant is Mitch Griffin. The zoning of the property is I-1 Light Industrial. The applicant is requesting a rezone to rezone the existing property from I-1 Light Industrial District to RMXCI Mixed Use Commercial Industrial District to allow the existing gym to offer more commercial uses within the existing location. As stated, the current zoning is I-1 Light Industrial. The future land use map designation is traditional urban neighborhood. This is a site photo. Planning Commission recommended to approve the applicant's request to rezone the existing property from I-1 Light Industrial District to MXCI, Mixed Use Industrial District, to allow the existing gym to offer more commercial amenities with the following conditions. Condition number 1, the applicant is allowed to use commercial uses that support in the primary purpose of providing services pursuant to the current use. Condition number 2, the following primary uses are prohibited: nightclubs, car washes, automotive facilities, automobile truck rental, lease and sales uses, cigar smoke shops, residential uses, dwelling units, leasing, car sales, motels, drive-through restaurants, boat and trailer sales, carpentry, and recording studios. That's the end of my presentation. Staff's recommendation was approval.
Is this the phys ed gym?
Yes.
Phys ed gym. Sir, thank you so much for your patience this evening. You can come forward if there's anything you'd like to share with us as well. We won't be making a decision tonight, but there are a couple council members chimed in, so they might have some questions for you. It's kind of to help give you a heads up or share with you any concerns that council may have, understanding that staff and planning and zoning recommending approval with some conditions or prohibitions. And so if you could just state your name and share. I've been over to phys ed.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Mitch Griffin, and I'm very excited to have gone from 12 to 34 on the list here. That brightened my day. So I'm one of the owners of Phys Ed or Griffin Fitness. I'm going to help her find the presentation real quick.
Go to the music folder. And have an interlude. Oh, that's the.
And you know what? I'm not going to waste any more of y'all's time. So we have been in business. We were originally in College Park. We purchased the building in East Point in 2020. At that time, it was functioning primarily as a gym. We're trying to offer as many amenities to our members as we can. Currently, the zoning only allows us to be a fitness facility. We're currently in talks with several other businesses. One's massage. Oh, there it is right there. All right. So I'll do the spiel real quickly. So we can go ahead and switch forward. So we're located 1 mile north of downtown East Point. The Harold Sheets Parkway Bridge connects Naval Avenue to the Jefferson Park neighborhood. Established in March of 2011, myself, my brother, and my dad started the gym. Original location was in College Park. From 2011 to 2020, we moved to East Point in 2020. The majority of our patrons are residents of the Tri-Cities. Current services provided: strength and conditioning classes, yoga, movement classes, We have a traditional gym area, and then kids classes for kids from 3 to 14, infrared sauna services. Our goal is to just build the community. Like I've said, we've been in business for, it'll be 13 years next month. We have approximately 230 members, ranging in age from 3 all the way to early 70s. Phys Ed's currently zoned Industrial 1. We're seeking for that change in zoning. And that's going to allow us to do some of the additional amenities such as chiropractic care, massage therapy, barbershop, and coffee service. Go and switch over. So these are a couple of the businesses that we're currently in talks with to hopefully, once we're approved, to allow into our space and then to serve the people of East Point. And that's it.
All right. Well, thank you for your patience.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was looking at the agenda. I'm like, do we have anybody else here? So it was a pleasure to move you up. Thank you for being here with us tonight. Councilmember Butler and Councilmember Burnett.
Thank you. My question is for Ms. Smith, please. Can you go back to staff's recommendation and then you go back to the planning commission's recommendation? So when you said the following primary uses are not allowed, is that are those exceptions or conditions to the changing of the zoning? Or
Yes, conditions.
okay, now can you go to the next slide? So my concerns with both, in particular the planning commissions, whereas I understand what they want to do, but it seems to me that some of this stuff is discriminatory. And I mean that in why would a recording studio be a nuisance that you can't rezone that property to be a recording studio? And I'm speaking more in lines to, as we try to shape and redevelop our downtown, I can see where car leasing and things like that, because we're trying to change that gateway. But I'm concerned by some of the other recommendations that are placed on here. And can you explain to me, how can this, if it were legally challenged, how could we substantiate? Because some of these things seem to be a little arbitrary.
For zoning conditions in general, it would be at the will of council to make a determination on if you wanted to accept these prohibited uses. As far as challenges, I mean, that might be a legal question. I wouldn't be able to expound on that.
I'm gonna mute my mic for her, but I'm still here.
Is it working? So it's my understanding, and I'm trying to remember this, this application from our planning and zoning meetings. It's my understanding that the list of primary uses that are listed here, those are primary uses in the mixed, the MXCI district. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so they would be going from industrial to mixed use, commercial, industrial, which is obviously allowed, but it's allowed with conditions. I don't think that a legal challenge would stand if the city council or the planning commission conditioned their rezoning to disallow certain things in a district that it wasn't supposed to be in the first place, if that makes sense. So if you put back up that map of what's around there, which one is the property, the one in green? This one. All right, so it's surrounded by some yellow here, which is the downtown overlay, and there's some red, which is the commercial redevelopment, right? So basically what the planning commission is doing is saying that because we would be changing you from industrial to the mixed use commercial, there are certain things there that really don't fit there. But we would give you that zoning designation so you can do what it is your plan wants you to do. Let me turn this off.
My question is, this tenant, this request fits into what our comprehensive plan is with what our plans for that corridor to be. He's in essence changing his zoning from industrial to mixed use, which is what we want to have. My concern is by limiting the mixed use, what's allowable in mixed use. I'm wondering, it seems arbitrary. So when we talk about the car wash, that fits in line with what we don't want to have because we're trying to change that community, right? But this property sits off by itself. It's right at the gateway. It's right there at this. So he's very limited in what he can do anyway. You know, he doesn't bother anybody. What if somebody wanted to come in the future and he wanted to sell his property and they wanted to put a recording studio there or a cigar bar there or some of these other uses that would be perfectly fine, but now we're limiting them and they're away from all residential. My concern is, and I'm gonna leave that for thought because I think we all support what he wants to do. I'm raising these questions because they just seem so arbitrary and far from what we're really trying to accomplish.
Yeah, I would disagree that they're arbitrary. And I would also want to clarify, I don't know the answer to this. Your comprehensive plan, and maybe Ms. Smith mentioned it, calls for that area to be, I'm sorry.
It actually calls for this area to be traditional urban neighborhood. Yeah, it calls to be traditional urban neighborhood. So with this change, the future land use map will also be updated as well.
Then I have a question regarding that. If it's traditional urban neighborhood, well, what does that look like? It doesn't look like what he wants to do, correct?
It doesn't look like that, but if this petition is approved, it's going to update the future land use map. And just to give you all a heads up, in doing an analysis for this particular application and with our comprehensive plan that we just approved, we have some future land use map amendments that are going to be coming before you to correct what we feel didn't get updated in the comprehensive plan update. So,
I'll say this for conversation's sake. So we want to limit this gentleman's use of this property, but then a few doors down, we're looking to try to make arrangements so someone can put an automobile mechanic shop there while they educate kids, which is very good, but our zoning decisions aren't cohesive. And those are the questions that I want us to start to ask as we look at these, as we do these changes, because I don't see why you would not want to have a recording studio there away from all the public, and why would we limit that? And that's discriminatory to say that murders happen because it's a recording studio. You wouldn't say that.
So facts are facts, but Councilmember Renee and Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you. I think, because I kind of got it mixed up a little bit too, but this actually limits his scope to do a lot of things and kind of brings it back home to the neighborhood kind of usage. where, his expansion, he wants to expand to do what again?
So he's not really expanding what he's going to be doing. He's not going to expand the building.
Right,
He's just going to,
I'm talking about services. What?
yeah, the request was for a barber shop, to have hair service, coffee shop, and a chiropractor services. So those are uses that are going to be consistent with the gym that he already has in place. They're going to support,
Right.
be
They're gonna-
supportive services.
More businesses
Yes.
in the local area. I mean, in that local area. In his neighborhood, it fits kind of like in the neighborhood as well. And what happens is when we change it from R1 to, I1 to mix use for businesses, it limits his scope from like clubs and warehouses and a lot of the other nuisances that we have been having a problem with. And what it does is it kind of lends itself to more of a community environmental space. So I kind of like that idea and that concept. I can understand the approval. I get it. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Ziegler, Councilmember Freeland.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Director Smith, if we can, I'm guessing it just the technology isn't working. So on Naybell, on the top part, so there is a house that doesn't really fit because the rest of Naybell is, can we go, okay, now that this is up, can we go back to the map with the zoning? Yeah, this one. So to the left of his property, or maybe it's the next one over, is a house that is not for residential. And then the rest of that is, it looks like an, basically an abandoned warehouse, except for one like place where they have commercial lights. And then at the very end of Nabil, that was where, that's where ATL Network is. And that was the first place where we made an MXCI zoning in the whole city, was on Nabil.
Right.
Yes. So making this property also MXCI does fit with what we're kind of going with. And I don't understand the urban residential neighborhood thing. That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. So we'll be coming very soon to you to get it changed.
Okay, great. And in that oblong rectangle on Nabil, that's where a recording studio was, and there was a murder there. And then on Normanberry by the assisted living place, that there's a recording studio there, and there was a murder there. Yeah.
No. She said it wasn't murder there. But I was identifying, you know what the gray building is right now on Main Street? You can see it off Main Street. It used to be like a pink recreational center, paintball kind of thing. But now they're turning it into a studio. And they were having parties overnight. Like they started at 12 and go to 6 a.m. The residents could get their place. And that, it was right there in that location. Do you remember? That was right, because that was one of the reasons we talked about the ordinance. You know, because they were like, they started at 12 and they were all at 6 a.m. Yeah. Complaining about the buildings and problem.
Is that off of Davis Avenue?
Right.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, right now. You know where the storage unit is, right there, you can see all this from Main Street, you come down Main Street.
And I know that we're it's okay. And I know that we're, that it seems odd that we're kind of restricting his use, but like, Mitch, are you okay with the restrictions that planning and zoning?
Yeah, we can live with them. I mean, there's part of us, it would be nice to have that flexibility. And we understand, that we can live with some restrictions. That's what it takes to get it done.
Thank you. And even though it may not look like it's really close to residential, if you go down Harold Sheets, like it's right there. And anybody who lives on Wadley is going to hear what happens on Mayville. So, I appreciate your flexibility in the restrictions, but I think that this is a great move forward in changing some of our zoning to something that's more appropriate to what's around neighborhoods.
Councilmember Freely.
Thank you. I also like the idea. I live about half a mile from here, so I like this concept. I just want to clarify, and maybe it's for our attorney. There was discussion about sort of potentially discriminatory in terms of the restrictions that were listed, but all of those potential uses that were listed as prohibited or disallowed are already on the books for this zoning, correct? I mean, these were not invented or plucked out of the air for this particular petition. These were identified from an already on the books list.
That's exactly right.
So no one just said, oh, I don't think we want to record, we didn't pull these out of the air. These are already disallowed.
No, these uses are already permitted uses within the MXCI zoning district. And so staff had a set of uses that we looked at and thought were inappropriate and uncompatible or not compatible with the proposed supportive uses for the gym. And it was these 5 nightclubs, car washes, automotive facilities, cigar, smoke shops, and dwelling units. We didn't think it was appropriate to have residential used as a supportive use for the gym. The second set of permitted uses in MXCI, which the Planning Commission thought were also inappropriate and not compatible as a supportive use for the existing gym, was the list that you see there, which is a nightclub, car washes, automotive facilities, automotive truck, cigar shop, residential uses, lease car shop, motel, drive-throughs, boat trailers, carpentry, and recording studios. And the Planning Commission also stated in their comments during the meeting that it was their intent for these prohibited uses to be intact, to protect the residential area and nature that's in that area, as well as the Main Street corridor, which this property has frontage on. For if in the future, if the gym moved or they decided to sell, these are the uses that they would not like to see in the area, which are currently allowed in MXCI.
Correct. And so I appreciate that. Thank you for that clarification. And you mentioned that there may be some amendments and changes to some of this coming to us in the future.
Yes.
Would these that are being disallowed by this recommendation, would that be reflective of whatever comes forward?
What we're bringing forward to Planning Commission and then on to you all for action or possible action is to amend our future land use map, which looks at what you all would like to see in this area in the future over a period of time. Because we just updated our comprehensive plan and future land use map, the services that we received, because we had the Atlanta Regional Commission work on it for us, and what we needed for them to do was outside of their scope. We're gonna have to, we were going to do it with the zoning ordinance rewrite. However, we're just gonna move forward and keep working at what needs to be done to make our comprehensive plan correct. I'm gonna bring it to you as we need to bring it to you, so we can just get the work done.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I didn't want to leave unresponded to the comment about discriminatory or arbitrary. I think we need to make sure we understand a couple of things. Number one, the city council is the final decision maker. So whatever the planning commission suggests or makes a recommendation of it certainly is not binding upon any applicant. Also, these will be ancillary uses to an existing business. And so the list, as Councilmember Friedley pointed out, they are existing uses in the mixed-use commercial industrial district, but they are not necessarily supportive of the existing business that's already there, which is a gym. And so if you're going to rezone to allow for different uses to go there where there's an existing business, I believe the Planning Commission made a selection of those uses that would not support the existing business. The other thing is this is a rezoning. It is not a a conditional use permit. And so should Phys Ed ever vacate that, that location, then once you rezone, anything in that newly rezoned district can go there. And so to be sure that you are in compliance with the comp plan, which I know now, as Ms. Smith has indicated, it's neighborhood, urban.
Traditional urban neighborhood.
Traditional urban neighborhood, although that's changing, that's what's currently there. And I think to be fair, we would probably need to look at what's allowed in that district to determine whether or not there is it's far-fetched to restrict the applicant to these, to prohibit these uses with the current business. So the other thing is, I do believe there has been consistency. As you can see, one there is the automotive facilities. I do recall Planning Commission did deny a automotive facility, as Councilmember Butler pointed out, literally down the street. Obviously, we know that City Council has the final approval or denial on that. That was all, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Butler.
As I close, I find it very prejudiced. The reason why I said murder is because someone to my right, it sounded like the mayor, implied that murderers own recording studios. I've owned a recording studio for decades. I've had Lil Jon, Whitney Houston, rappers, country music, everybody come to my recording studio. And it's prejudicial to assume that you will have a murderer come to a recording studio. It almost seems racist. And we should not do that. So when it's evident there had been a conversation about this with the Planning Commission because of what happened down the street with the recording studio, with the permitted use. So I'm not gonna mince words or play games. When it comes down to being discriminatory and implications regarding Black men, because that's how I take it, and it seems offensive. This conversation was merely academic to talk about limiting the use so this gentleman can have his business survive. But when you look at recording studio compared to a motel and leasing cars and a smoke shop and truck rental, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit unless you want to be prejudiced, to prejudge what somebody's going to do at a recording studio. And then to insult, talk about the data. We just celebrated a Super Bowl yesterday where we had Atlanta's own Usher who recorded at my studio. And we want to talk about data. The data does not support that murderers own or go to recording studios. So I'm saying that for the record to clear up why I said what I said, because I heard someone to my right say the reason why we don't want a recording studio is because of murderers. And I'm not going to let that stand.
So because my name has been mentioned, I'm gonna take a point of personal privilege now. So that wasn't the statement I made. I said, and then I said on the record, facts. There was a murder. I didn't say murderers on recording studios. I've been an entertainment lawyer and represented clients. So clearly, I'm not suggesting that people who own recording studios are murderers. That's not what I said. Let me be very, very clear on that total fabrication of what was heard. In this area, as was pointed out, there was a murder at a recording studio. And there was another murder in the city at a recording studio. The owners weren't even the people I don't believe that committed them. So there was no connection, as was just fabricated, to people owning recording studios being murderers. But of course, there's always the soapbox people like to get on. Was very, I didn't say your name. I said there's a soapbox people like to get on. Okay, so first of all, okay, point of order. Let me get the rules out, because clearly, Councilmember Butler, let me be very clear. Let me be very clear. Okay, so I'm gonna address this point of order, but you just called out my name and lied and lied. I didn't call you a liar. So let me be very clear. I'm gonna handle your point of order. I did not call you a liar. As a part of your point of order, I'm about to read Rule 7. You don't need to talk to anybody because I preside over these meetings. So let me read the point of order rule first. Rule 13, point of order. A point of order will take precedence over all other business. The chair must recognize the council member calling a point of order. Once recognized, the council member may only quote the rule number and the rule. No discussion, explanation, or debate is allowed during a point of order. The chair will recognize the point of order and then rule as to the point of order. The council member calling for a point of order may appeal the ruling to the chair. The chair will then call for a vote to uphold the decision. The council member quoted Rule 7, which deals with members recognized. Every member, prior to speaking or making a motion, shall be recognized by the presiding officer and shall not proceed with his or her remarks until recognized and named by the chair. When two or more members request recognition, the presiding officer shall name the council member who is to speak first. Council members shall confine remarks to the subject under debate, avoiding personal comments directed at other members and refraining from impugning the motives of any other council members' comments or votes. No council member may interrupt another council member except to rise to a point of order. So, as it relates to the rule that has been cited, I was speaking when Councilmember Butler interrupted me. I did not mention a council member's name. I said some people like to get on a soapbox. The reason why I was speaking is because Council Member Butler totally fabricated a statement that allegedly was made by me that was not. So you cannot make up rules, Council Member. Where's the chief? So I am not impugning a council member when I say that what you said that I said was not true. Your statement that I said owners of recording studios are murderers is absolutely false. That was not my statement. You had impugned my character by making that fabrication, which it was. So, as it relates to the rule, the reason I made my statement was because my character was impugned by making up a statement that I did not say. And then, as a courtesy, in my comments, I did not state a council member's name. I said some council members like to get on soapboxes. And what I said, and I will stand by, is that the statement that was made was a fabrication because that is not what I said. So I've addressed the point of order. Is there any further discussion on this item? Councilmember Butler.
When you impugn the motives of your colleague, impugn means to diminish or to degrade. And to call your colleague a liar is doing that. When you continue to overtalk and use your bully pulpit in a way that impugns the character of another council member is exactly what Rule 7 is. You spoke out of turn, said murder. I addressed that so that the people will know on the record why I said that. For you to read the rule and then continue to challenge a council member's character is exactly what the rule is for.
We're done with this. The point of order says there will be no debate or discussion. I stand by what I said because the statement that was made was not true. I did not say that recording studio owners are murderers, as was stated on the record. Is there any further action on this item? If not, thank you, Mr. Griffin. This will be on the agenda for Monday. It will require a public hearing, and so those items are generally at the top of our agenda prior to public comment. So hopefully you won't be here as long that night. But thank you so much for coming, and thank you for investing in the city of East Point. Have a good evening. Item number 35.
In reference to item number 35 on the agenda, case number 2023 RZ-001-12, properties located at 0 East Washington. The applicant is BFG Acquisitions LLC, and it is a rezoning request with 5 concurrent variances. The current zoning of the property is R1A, which is our urban residential district, and the request is seeking to redevelop an existing mobile home park to construct affordable housing. The request is to rezone the property from R1A, which is our urban residential district, to R4, which is multifamily residential district, with concurrent variances, including unit size, parking space distance, building height, open space, and the amenities package. The current zoning as stated is R1A, and this property lies in the Cleveland Avenue Overlay District, which is an architectural guideline district. The future land use for this property is redevelopment neighborhood. And in the redevelopment neighborhood land use category, the typical zoning districts are R1, RL, R1A, RT, R2, and R3. And the residential use and scale is typically, as stated in the comp plan, 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre. To give a little bit more information on what was submitted for the variances, you can see there, the first variance is to reduce the multifamily unit size from 1,100 square feet and 800 square feet to no minimum size. The second variance is associated with the open space requirement, which currently requires 25%. The variance is to reduce it to 15%. The third variance for the property requested is to reduce the number of required multifamily amenities, which currently the ordinance requires 7 amenities to be provided. The request is to reduce it down to 3 amenities. The fourth variance that has been requested is to reduce the minimum parking from 1.4 parking spaces for 1 bedrooms and 2 spaces for 2 bedrooms and 2.25 spaces for 3 bedrooms, to reduce those minimum parking spaces down to 1 required parking space per unit. And the fifth and final variance that has been requested in this petition is to reduce the parking space distance from the property line from 10 feet to 0 feet. And this is site data information. The site is 4.87 acres. As stated, it's in the Cleveland Avenue overlay. The current zoning is R1A. I'm sorry, I was going to talk about the amenities proposed, which is a clubhouse, a pavilion, and a nature trail, and a fenced dog park. Just so we're clear, they're proposing 218 units at 1 bedrooms. And here's a copy of their site plan, which appears to be 4 separate buildings. And the Planning Commission did recommend to deny the applicant's request to rezone the property from R1A with the concurrent variance. The proposed rezoning is not compatible with the zoning district or the redevelopment neighborhood land use category as it is outlined in our comprehensive plan, which usually and typically allows for the zoning districts that you see there, which are R1, RL, R1A, RT, R2, and R3. That concludes our presentation.
All right. Is there anyone representing the applicant here?
Okay. Alvin Kendall, 1133 Cleveland Avenue. I represent the applicant BFG Acquisitions LLC. As a result of this application, we've had community meetings with Councilwoman Renee and the community. They have asked for certain things to be modified. We are in agreement with doing those modifications, and we would ask council to defer this matter so planning and the community and council member Renee can review the revised plan.
So has this been advertised for a public hearing for Monday?
It's my understanding that it has.
So because it's been advertised, we'll have to hold a public hearing and then council can make the decision at the end of the public hearing whether or not to grant the request to defer it. Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you. So it sounds like that you're working with Councilperson Renee. I'm also in that same ward as well. If I could be included, that'd be helpful. Because I'm also curious as to the different updates, things like that with this development.
We did not mean to not include you. I think all of this came up during the election time.
Yeah, it's okay.
And I think whoever you took their place, we have been in communication with them. But rest assured that you will be included on all emails and correspondence as to the revised plan.
Councilmember Freely.
I see the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend denial. Did we see the staff recommendation? Denial. Okay. And then just, where is this? I'm trying to picture it from the maps.
Right off of
You know where Normanberry is?
Yeah.
You go down Normanberry, you have the village, you have the senior citizen, Normanberry Village.
Yeah.
But right across from there, you used to be the trailer parks. And then it goes up a steep hill, and they bought the bottom part of that. And so they're ready to transform all of that.
So you cross Cleveland, hospitals over here.
Right, go down Normanberry, and before you get to Marshall Homes, it's right there to your right.
Okay.
And it's up on a steep hill.
Yep. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep. All right. Thank you. That was all.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm confused because I thought those are the apartments that are like right down off of Lyle, where the trail.
No. Well, okay, so East Washington Circle is off in the back. You know where Kip Academy is?
Right, so those are the apartments that
Right,
sat
those
down
are
in
the
there.
apartments right there, but they've already renovated those, and they've done a tremendous job with that.
Mhm.
However, the trailer park, if you go, there's two trailer parks back there, one on the top and then one on the bottom.
Mhm.
They bought the one on the bottom and they're cleaning up all of that. They've already demolished all of the stuff, and they're trying to clean the lot up. They have a plan to bring in, they're trying to work with East Point Housing Authority to address some of the needs that we have with our seniors. Right now, we have a major backlog with senior housing, and we've been moving them out of the city over into Atlanta because they have more housing. And so we're trying to see if we can hold a lot of our seniors in place in the city. And so they are trying to meet that need with senior housing. So that's why they're trying to work with East Point Housing Authority, but they're trying to process things through if they can.
So that plan was for new construction?
Right, they've already reduced, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Give you a little background. This property was on the East Point 50 Works Commission.
Right, okay, I know, so.
Okay, and one of the recommendations, or one of the agreements that was actually entered into in the 50 Works Commission was to move all of the residents off that trailer park by February 1st of last year.
Remember that, put them in those
And
apartments.
right, and then you all extended it because I think the school system
Kids were in
came
school,
up and asked would you all get the owners not to put everybody out as required under that 50 Works consent agreement.
Right.
That occurred. We let the school year finish. And then the requirement was to get everyone off of the property. 95% of the people voluntarily moved. The others, we had to get evictions from Fulton County courts. That occurred early January of this year. And I should say, the eviction was late last year. The writs were actually executed 1st of January. After they were, the writs were issued, we went in and cleaned out, tore down everything on the property.
So all those trailers are gone now?
All the trailers are gone. They're in the process now. They probably unload 20-some or 30-yard containers, removing all those items. So they're not completely finished with it, but everything has been leveled. They're in the process of getting everything off the property. The property has been secured, fenced in all the way around, blocked off. Hopefully, as anyone who may have seen or known, once we first started the eviction process, it became a dumping ground because we could not close it off because residents were still there. So now we're trying to ensure that once it's all cleaned up, that no one will have access to the property to start back using it as a landfill.
So what I saw, can you go back a slide, please? One more. The one where it had like 218 units at one bedroom. This right here. So this is what you're proposing to build in that space, or are you talking about those existing apartments? That's what this is.
No, ma'am, the existing apartments have 100 units.
Right.
They have been totally renovated. 100, all of the certificates of occupancy has been granted. And we're working with the East Point Housing Authority. I think probably as of this week, probably 10 of the apartments are occupied now. And they got people scheduled to move in periodically over the next few weeks till it fill up.
Okay. So
this is across the street from there.
Okay, so is this is what you guys are gonna build, or is this what's already here?
No, ma'am, this is what's gonna be built.
Okay.
But
all right.
but we heard from the community meeting, they want it scaled down a little bit in the number of units.
Okay, so
And
you're proposing 218 units.
we're proposing 218 units. They've asked us to scale it down. We now probably down to 132 units. But if we're working with East Point Housing Authority, if they want 218, we'd be glad to build them. If they agreeable to the 132, we'll build those also.
And this is all gonna be a senior community? Or will you do some mix?
We're working with Council Renee and Councilwoman Ziegler. If that's what they want, we will try to accommodate it. If it wants to be mixed in age range, we're willing to do that also.
Okay, I'm tracking. I just needed to, okay, so I understand exactly what it is you're trying to do. Okay, I'm fine. Thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Freely.
I'm sorry, I should have asked this before. And I know you may not know because markets can change by the time this is all done, but do you have any idea on a rental range, the cost?
We don't, because as rental rates go up and down, but we are in tune with what East Point Housing Authority is saying, that what the mix is and what they think that the market can bear. And we are accommodating any referrals that they are sending over. So it always becomes a question, is it affordable or is it market rate? And we have found that market rate, when you start talking about whether or not it's 60% AMI, 80% AMI of a metropolitan Atlanta area, the numbers in East Point are a lot different from what's in the metropolitan Atlanta area. So what may be considered in downtown Atlanta as an affordable rent may be market rent in East Point. So we are seeing success next door in the rents that are being charged for the 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. And we think that the rents across the street will be compatible with what's over there.
And just for my own edification, is this considered, would this be low income housing or sort of income based?
No, not low income housing and not income based.
Okay.
Now, East Point Housing Authority, if they, want to use vouchers or whatnot for some of their residents, we will not be opposed to it. But it's not being built with the idea that we need subsidies or vouchers from East Point Housing Authority.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you. And quick question. You had mentioned that that the rents for this particular development would be similar to the rents that you're already charging in the other apartment complex. What are those rents in the apartment complex that you're rehabbing?
I'm gonna have to get that for you because I do not want to misstate what the rents are over there. I apologize. I should know that. I should not have come here tonight, not know what those rents, but I don't want to misstate the rents and then somebody call me out and correct me on social media that that's not what the rents are. So I will get that in and I will get that to you tomorrow. Okay?
Councilmember Renee and Councilmember.
Thank you. All right, so they did have, this company did have a meeting with the East Washington neighborhood. They were upset with the original plan, and the residents did not like what they originally presented. And so they went back to the table and they reduced the amount of units that they wanted to build. And they're also trying to work with East Point Housing to see if they could get a partnership because of the great need for senior housing. We are having a housing crisis in the state of Georgia. The average rent is $1,200 for one bedroom. That means that you have to be able to earn at least $40,000 in order to meet the need for one bedroom. In the city of East Point, the average income for a single family, head household with 2 kids, is $40,000 to $50,000. And so 2 bedrooms are going for $1,500, 3 bedrooms are going for $1,800, and that's the average in the city of, in the metropolitan area of Atlanta. Our communities are struggling. But the worst part about it is that the seniors who have rented for so long are being ousted from the communities that they grew up in and have really a very limited spacing to go. And so that's why this company is trying their best to work with the East Point Housing Unit to make sure that, for one, if the partnership goes through, that seniors will be able to age in place in the city that they've grown up in. We have a lot of people who have had to move away and move out because they could no longer afford it in this. And it's not just East Point, but it is all over. It just happened that East Point income is extremely low compared to other parts of the city. And hopefully you guys can work a deal out with the East Point Housing Authority where we can continue to house our seniors. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Cummings.
Yes, what's the name of the apartment complex that's on East Washington? The ones that you guys have renovated? Is Washington Circle? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you. How you doing, Mr. Kim?
I'm doing okay, Councilmember Butler. How you doing?
I'm doing well.
Okay.
My question is, it seems to me that they're all 1-bedroom units. Is that correct?
No, that's in the original plan. When as a result of the meeting with the community and Councilwoman Renee, that has been revised. So it will be a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. So.
Thank you. I think Councilwoman Renee is right. You know, in order to house our seniors, and sometimes they require a little bit more space.
Right.
So I'm glad that that's amenable to your group.
But we have no problem with that. And we would invite all the council members to take a tour, and we'll give you a tour of across the street, 1100 Washington Avenue. I mean, this company builds homes for keep, not to flip. And so when you go in them, you will see the high-end quality of appliances and the manner in which they built them, kitchen cabinets and the like. This is not something where they expect people to come in, tear it up, and nothing would be done about it. They do not renovate apartments or B apartments to sell. They build them to manage and keep it for their own portfolio. So you're not having a landlord who's coming in, want to build something, make a quick dollar and run. So we would invite you all to take a look at 1100 Washington Avenue. I know some council members have been over there, and the reaction that I've gotten is that they were impressed with what they have actually put there and were surprised to see the end results. You all may remember I was probably here a year ago, and I caught a whole lot of flack standing right here about what was going to be built there. But I would ask all of you all to take the time out to go over there and look what has been done in that community.
All right, this item will go on the agenda again. It's already been published for a public hearing on Monday, so we'll have to hold a public hearing. And then after that, council can decide whether or not it wants to grant the request for a deferral or move forward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. All right, back to item number 14. Council discussion and possible action regarding the separation of the Budget and Finance Committee. Councilmember Mitchell.
Sure. So this is an issue I'm not sure how familiar you guys are with this. I did send I sent it kind of late, but I did send the email out showing the original ordinance with when the Budget and Finance Committee was separated. And then I sent the amendments and amendments that went after that. But I just wanted us to take a closer look at this before we start making appointments. After doing my initial research, after getting on council and before, it came to my attention that a lot of these discrepancies with our finances originally started in 2011, but a lot of them started in 2015 after doing some analysis. So the biggest notable change that I saw dealing with our finance and how all of that was structured was the combination or consolidation of the Budget and Finance Committee. And I think this is even brought up. We did get some data back from our 2021 finances, but these concerns have been exacerbated in recent years. Say, for example, even my predecessor, he was a former chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee. And we didn't get update status reports for over a year. And that's when the 1.2 went missing or around that amount. And this happened back in 2021. And we didn't become, this wasn't public knowledge until, I would say, 2023, late 2023. So it's a real simple ask. I just want to give some pros and cons. So I think splitting, so those are kind of the cons. It's the lack of oversight and communication between city council members and citizens and the people who are actually on these committees. I believe that this eventually led to the downgrade of one of our greatest assets, which is our municipal bonds. But I do believe that if we do separate this into two committees, this will give council members a better chance, council members a better chance of serving, all council members, I should say, a better chance of serving on one of these committees. So we could gain experience by working with the city finances. Instead of choosing 3 council members to serve, I believe the mayor will have to choose 6 council members between the two committees, thus doubling our chances of serving on one of those committees. I believe that having 2 separate committees will allow for better oversight, communication, transparency with our finances. So my simple ask is that we return to the 2 separate committees that was enacted before 2015 and use the ordinance. I think we already have the language for that. So I would like to use the original ordinance for separating the Finance and Budgets Committee. I just suggest we use the original language, but I did want you guys to think about this when you had a chance, and you can let me know for further, if you have any further discussion.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you. Councilmember Mitchell, do you know why they were consolidated?
So it's my understanding that they were consolidated to streamline the process because they were saying there were 2 meetings. I spoke with Ms. Peters. She has kind of explained to me why she did it. I believe that might have been best for the times, but just moving past that, like we haven't had these type of financial discrepancies before that happened. That's what I'm deducing. So I think this was the biggest changes, because one of the biggest problems we had was lack of communication, lack of transparency, lack of oversight. So I believe if we do separate these two committees, they would be able to watch each other. You see what I'm saying? So we can keep it all in-house. I was just simple oversight, transparency. I believe it might have streamlined it at one point, but I believe this needs to be, it's getting out of hand now, especially with the degradation of our bonds because lack of information and lack of financial reporting. So I think this may be something we want to look into.
When you did your research, and I think you alluded to this a little bit, could you tell us what should have happened that did not happen?
Well, it was my understanding that the people on these committees were not translating the information, even with our audit report. Since, like I said, we haven't had an audit since 2021. And it's my understanding that if you weren't on there, you were not privy to the information. Let's say even this 1.2, it was my understanding that you guys didn't know about that if you were not on that committee. So I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I would say one way to get around that is we can have two committees, they can check on each other, right? So everybody has eyes on the situation. We do our monthly reports like you're supposed to. I just think this could be a fail-safe. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. Mr. Councilmember Mitchell, I don't know what you were told or what former Mayor Janquil Peters told you, but that information is inaccurate. Thomas Callaway, former Councilmember Thomas Callaway was the chair for the Budget Committee. And we always you have to give an update and you get a monthly report. And when Councilmember Callaway stepped down, that's when Councilmember Cook became the chair. And you always, yes, it is. I don't know what you were told, but there was always a monthly report that was given, and it was a financial update. We got that every month, and it was not that if you were not privy to that information. That's inaccurate, and that's not true. And the reason why they were consolidated is because they pretty much function the same way. They do the exact same thing. That's why they were consolidated into one. So I don't know what information she shared with you, since you mentioned her name, and that's where you got your information.
Well, not for that.
Excuse me?
Not for that. I was saying, she was explaining why it was streamlined, but for the financial reports, I watched my predecessor go for years plus straight. Every time they asked him for committee reports, he said he didn't have any. So I'm not sure as to what you're alluding to.
No, I'm not alluding to anything. Let me be clear.
Please.
We got a monthly report because Ms. Hardy, correct, sits in the meetings, and she sends out that financial report, that financial update. Now, whether or not there was a meeting, but we get a monthly report on the finance department every month. And if I'm not mistaken, no, I'm not gonna even say that. I'll yield.
Councilmember Freely.
So I'm looking at when the ordinance was changed in April of 2015. And unfortunately, of course, it only says governing authorities determined is in the best interest of the city to consolidate the current budget committee and finance committee. So really does not shed any light on the rationale. And this isn't really a question for you, Councilmember Mitchell, but perhaps for the city clerk. Is it possible to pull the minutes for the meeting to see what that discussion may have been at the time? Not that that's going to necessarily clear everything up or sway anyone's opinions, but it could shed some light on what the thinking was back in 2015.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Oh, sure. So just to elaborate, so I think even our whole finance structure should be in more hands than 3 or 4 people that are appointed. So even if this has been working fine up until 2015, it seems like that's when we start to have all of these issues. So my simple request is that we look at history, we go back, we try to figure out where the problem started, and we correct that. I think that, yeah, more people should have more input other than 3 people that are appointed that's on council. And I'm not sure, even my predecessor, he didn't let it be known what our finances were. So every time he said something, they were fine, everything's dandy, and then our bonds are getting downgraded. So this is just my simple, I just want you guys to look at the email I sent, come to your own conclusions, and hopefully we can come to some type of agreement so this won't be an issue anymore. Thank you.
I didn't receive the email unless I'm overlooking it. But I did ask for the previous ordinances that were in place as of 1993. I didn't have the actual amendments, but I did request the minutes from the meetings when this was changed. So the city clerk has already transcribed those. As it relates to the audit and the hearsay that was provided, the same day that the information was shared from the Rosales group, that same night we called a special call meeting. And then that Thursday, 2 days later, there was a discussion on it. The report was shared with everybody on the same day. So the suggestion that there was audit information that was shared with some and not others, that went out the same day. As it relates to why it was consolidated, it was the committees were looking at similar information. Some of it, there were nuances between the two. You'll see when you get the minutes from I believe it was the February 2015 discussion, Councilmember Lance Rhodes at the time indicated that in 2005, in fact, they appointed the same people to both committees. So the idea that if we have multiple committees, there has to be different people appointed to both is not necessarily true. The same 3 people can be appointed to budget and finance. They'll just be having duplicate meetings. And to suggest that the challenge we had is because of budget and finance and that there's a direct correlation to that, I think that misplaces the responsibility and from an operations perspective around the day-to-day operations of finance. And we do have finance challenges. We, I believe, need a finance consulting company in here until we hire a permanent finance director because of the many challenges that we've experienced. I don't think that it was solely because of the Budget and Finance Committee's consolidation. I think there are a number of things. Some of these financial challenges go back as far as 2011. The asset that was mentioned in the Rosales Group report is an asset that was purchased on June 30th, 2011. And it was purchased and only said infrastructure. Nobody knows what it was, what type of infrastructure it was, where it went, or any of that. And again, that's 2011. So I think when we talk about looking at the history and what was happening, 2011, there was a budget and finance committee. But the things that we're dealing with didn't just start in 2015. They predate that. And so I think as we look at the information that was shared again, unless I overlooked the email, I don't have it, but I did request information from the clerk's office. So it would be helpful to get the information that was shared with others as it relates to this. But again, even if there's 2 budget and finance committees doesn't necessarily mean that the appointees would have to be different. In 2005, in fact, they were the same. And so on February 19th, I think that's when the appointments are coming back for the different committees, which is next Monday. I don't know if council is trying to decide to act by then, but I do think in abundance of caution, there are appointments that need to be made at that meeting. And then if a change is made later, we can make some adjustments. I don't,
I'm back.
Mitchell.
Yeah. So I just wanted to speak. So I was saying earlier, so we will have it graded, like you're saying, it could be the same people, but I think it needs to be diversified. One, so we can just have different eyes on our finances. I don't think 3 people that are appointed should have audit control or a lot of majority to say so oversight over the whole city's finances. So it would be awesome if we could spread that out, especially among some of the new council members. Give them an opportunity to serve in that capacity. And I just think, once again, we could keep an eye on each other if the committee was broken down. If the committee was broken into two committees, we can kind of keep an eye on each other. I think they set it up that way for a reason in the original charter. I think things didn't start going, of course, something happened in 2011, but I believe, as the financial director stated, the majority of this financial discrepancy started in 2015. And that's the only noticeable change I saw with our finances. So once again, I just want my colleagues to take some time, digest what's going on, and I'll try to resend that email, but I yield.
And I believe the budget and finance committees are actually not in the charter, they're in the ordinances, which is why they were able to be amended. So it doesn't go back that far, but I think it was 1990. The ones that I have are from 1993, when I think they first were established, and then they were consolidated in 2015. And so if it were in our charter, we may run the risk of a home rule change to the charter, and that's a whole different process. So I don't believe, I know they're in the ordinances. I don't believe in the budget sections in the charter. I think it talks more about the finance departments and things of that nature, but I don't think they specifically create or establish the budget and finance combined, or budget committee and finance committee. Councilmember Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilman Mitchell, I just want to address some of the things. The 3 people that sit on the finance and budget meeting, we don't have any power. Everything has to be voted by council. There's no power or no oversight. It's just understanding what's before us and bringing it back to the body. We can't make any changes or adjustments or direct staff to do anything without the voter council. That's a part of our charter. We can't run the day-to-day operation. If we see a pitfall or understand that there's a pitfall, it's our duty to bring it back to you or to the body. But there is no, I don't want you to get the illusion that the people that sit on that finance and budget is running the city financially and directing people how to spend the city's money. That is far from realities in this world. So it is just an overview of what's coming down the pipe, what is in these categories, and how and what we're facing in the future. That's pretty much what it looks like, but it's never a demand on staff or anything like that. Okay. All right, I yield.
Councilmember Freeland.
To your point, Madam Mayor, about potentially looking into hiring a financial consulting firm while we seek permanent leadership in that department, I think for a number of reasons, not just this one, that is an idea worth pursuing. And if we did choose to do that, perhaps they could advise on the wisdom of whether or not 2 separate committees is something that we want to pursue. And, that could be something that they could look at in addition to trying to sort of get the whole finance department in shape for a new director and so forth.
Along those same lines, we also have the forensic audit, and that team of people who are here doing an audit as well. And so, I think there could be recommendations either way. I do really think we need some financial consultants in here until we have more stability in our finance department, and to be able to help support the different investigations and things that we have going on. I don't know if I heard from Councilmember Freely, I don't know if that's the will of the rest of the council, but I think it's important, and would be helpful as we navigate through. I mean, we're probably not gonna, there's not likely gonna be a permanent finance director until we hire a permanent city manager who would be able to make that decision. And while we are definitely moving with a sense of urgency, that's probably another 60 days or so at minimum. And so we can discuss that more tonight, or put it on the, I guess, March work session, or we're having discussions about it tonight, possibly the first meeting in March, because we're going to be talking about the March work session. But I do think that that's important. Thank you for that. Councilmember Buck.
Yes. Mr. Freely, you just mentioned that there's a discussion about having a financial consultant, and there have been conversations about that. I'm unaware of that conversation. When did that happen?
I don't think I said that there were conversations. The mayor mentioned hiring a consultant, and I was simply saying that I thought that might not be a bad idea. I don't believe I referred to conversations.
Well, you just said that we were going to hire a financial consultant. This is the first I've heard of that, but it seems that there's been outside conversation about it.
Again, the mayor mentioned the possibility of hiring a financial consultant in the absence of a permanent finance director, and I spoke after that to say that, referencing her comment, that I thought that might not be a bad idea. If I'm losing my mind, please someone correct me.
No, that's what we recollect as well. And so Councilmember Mitchell, oh, he just stepped out. I will wait to see where he like for this item to go. And Councilmember, and start with the 30, 60, 90-day plan on litter pickup and illegal dumping. And then I'll go back to Councilmember Mitchell when he returns.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm going to just give a brief update. So I met with Director Jeff Reeves and Director Charles Moore, talking about a 30, 60, 90-day plan for our litter pickup and illegal dumping issues we have across the city. And so we talked about for the first 30 days, we're going to get everybody together. And so it's going to be cross-departmental. So it's going to be IT, public works, sanitation, code enforcement, communications. I think that's it. If Jeff, if it's okay for Mr. Reeves to come up.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You want me to pick up where you left off at, Councilman Ziegler? Okay, yes, ma'am. Yes, we discussed we started off with Director Charles Moore, myself, and Councilmember Ziegler, sanitation and public works as well as other departments here, do quite a bit of the illegal dumping, picking up, and litter patrol. So what Councilman Ziegler was indicating is that we wanted to encompass a concept team, a team of departments to come together. Public Works, our landscape contractor that we hired to do our grass cutting with Parks and Recreation, solid waste, East Point Police, code enforcement, water and sewer, stormwater division, East Point Power, tree division, IT, GIS mapping. And those different departments would have different aspects of what we trying to do to make sure that we can combat our dumping and littering. So you heard, of course, Public Works, Park and Recreation, we do grass cutting and litter, and Public Works provides the signage. Why we say, and the solid waste, of course, illegal dumping, they pick up public trash cans, and they also do litter pickups. So we asked why we introduced the police department. We know our police department is going to be setting up cameras all around the city. So what we want to do is with our police department and the cameras, we want to encompass our IT department to create some type of GIS mapping, not to say where the cameras are, but to put on the map where we have our problems with illegal dumping, so that if we do find illegal dumping activity, we can maybe send it to our police department and say, hey, this is where this happened at. Do you have any cameras that might be able to track down anyone who might be in that area? That's why we use those two departments. Code enforcement, of course, they identify the violations, which help us to go out and find those locations for illegal dumping. And then they also do citation issuance. Why stormwater, water and sewer? They already doing creek buffer cleaning. They do street sweeping. That's part of our cleaning, keeping our city clean initiatives. East Point Power and trees, why them? Well, what we want to do is we find out that some of the areas where they're dumping at is extreme foliage, overgrowth of trees. We want to go in those areas, start cutting down those trees, clear the roadways as far back as we possibly can to make sure that people don't have a place to go hide when they try to go dump. That's why we want to add in our tree division. So that's part of our creating our team is, once we bring this to council and we can move on, this is part of our first 30 days of trying to get our initiative started. Then once we get that team together, we start doing our implementation of the process, going out and getting cleaning, going out and cutting the trees, identifying the locations, getting with police department. And then our final part, our 90 days, that's just implementing the program itself. That's starting our weekly litter patrols with multiple departments so we can have litter patrols in main certain areas or our main thoroughfares on a regular basis, on a weekly basis. And then also to make sure we document what's going on. We document how much we're picking up in trash. We're talking about how much we have in illegal dumping so we can make sure we put a monetary figure to what we're doing to show our successes in the years to come. That's it.
Beautiful.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Councilmember Renee.
Thank you. I truly appreciate it. I send a crew out at least twice a week on Cleveland Avenue, right there in front of the Walmart and McDonald's area. And if they miss a day, it looks like we hadn't been out there all week. And I know it's the residents. I mean, I don't know if they're our residents. I just call them residents. But some of this is mental health and some of it is homelessness or unhoused people that are sleeping at these MARTA benches. You know where the Walmart is, and then there's a Walmart, there's a MARTA station, right? I mean, a MARTA bench with a cover. If you go past there now, you'll probably see someone sleeping on the bench. And, and it's a high traffic area too, because when they come from Walmart, they go to the bus and they're dumping trash right there in that area. And the trash can is less than 10 feet away. And sometimes it's full and a lot of times it's not even full. I love this plan. I think it's really good. We have been able to cite Walmart, like with code enforcement, and they've hired someone to keep their parking lots clean. Sometimes they lack or whatever, but we've hauled them into court quite a bit. But this is a really comprehensive plan that you guys are doing, and I think it'll work. I really do. Just don't get discouraged because We've been kind of at it for a while, but this is a new approach, and I think this new approach may work.
Yes, ma'am. You know, I know Director Chevier has had the same issue with her front of the filter plant or the water plant, whatever we call it. I'm sorry, apologize. But I know sometimes they were cleaning the parking lot across the street. They would blow the trash, and we'd come up the next morning. You got trash all down through that strip, and we'd have to go clean it up. But I also wanted to mention signage. When I say signage, we want to try to create a kind of a logo, I guess a logo or something, as well as along with our wayfinding signs that says, some type of slogan that says, don't litter, whatever it might be. I know that once before we've used signage to do some things with our water and sewer department, with the director there, just to show that East Point is creating their own thing. So hopefully our team can come up with some type of slogan, and you start seeing these signs around the city, as well as our signs that says you will be fined this amount of money if you litter in East Point. We have some out now. We just have to start doing those, and probably utilizing some of the signages that we see with the no truck signs out around the city. Some of Fulton County, they got the lighting around the signs. So those kind of things that will let people see when they come into the city of East Point, this is what we're about.
Councilmember Freeland, Councilmember Shropshire.
I also like this plan a lot. One point that I raised with you when I first met with you back in January, which maybe could be incorporated into this. I'm not trying to step on your turf, but I mean, I think, as I mentioned to you, I think the lack of trash cans across the city is a problem. And I understand what Councilmember Renee said. Sometimes there's a trash can and there's a bunch of trash dumped 5 feet away. So it makes you wonder. But I think if we had, and as you go around East Point, there are some trash bins that are very old and they're sort of, this kind of cement thing. And then there's others that are a different type. And I think as part of this, if we had consistent, current, whatever the best practice is in trash cans nowadays, across the city in more places, I think that would be a great help, particularly in downtown, but I think it can be across the city. The signage, the logo sort of that you're talking about could kind of be a unifying principle across those bins. So I would just love to see that increased number of trash cans, consistency in the trash cans, making sure that they're covered and that they're emptied. I mean, some of these older ones that seem to be cement blocks, you can't empty those. And if the inside can is gone, which in many cases I've noticed they are, people are just dumping trash and there's really no way that sanitation can easily remove that. And so I think some consistency in rubbish bins would really be useful. And then one last point, something you raised, you're talking about the shopping center where the Wayfield is there. And there's a dialysis clinic across from my home with a large parking lot. It's often full of trash. And when they have their, I won't call them landscapers, but whoever that comes to do their parking lot and so on, they're doing the exact same thing you're describing. They're simply blowing all that trash into the street, down the street. And so maybe there's also some aspect of this to work with some of the commercial property, the people who manage these kind of shopping centers, to get some buy-in that they're not just blowing their trash and making it someone else's problem, because that's going to be an endless cycle, as you noted.
And thank you for that about the interaction with the business community. We have had some interaction before, I know, with Kroger's, where we have some folks that have gotten trash from the Kroger side. But also, we did mention in the meeting about your suggestion, how you and I discussed the trash cans. So we did discuss that as well in our meeting. And then Charles Moore did indicate, Director Moore did indicate that sometimes the older concrete can holders that we had, he said people were stealing the inserts. And so we talked about, securing them some way, and he was pretty much saying sometimes that slows down the process, but we may have to look at if we do get some new types and liners that go along with it, we may have to secure them in a different way. But that was one of the problems. We thank you for that.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a good plan that they're putting in place. And I know one area where they do a lot of illegal dumping is right before you get on 166, next to the storage. Yeah, they'll dump stuff right there. As Councilmember Freely was saying, in reference to the Wayfield Plaza, I think we've probably had several conversations with the owners in the plaza, and I've always said a lot of the trash on Sunday ends up over at the water treatment center. I think the paper have legs and it just walks over there, but it'd be a lot of trash that comes from the plaza, the Wayfield Plaza. So I think probably more engagement with the owner who's over the plaza and working with the people in the plaza to try to encourage them to use the trash cans. And I don't think it's residents. I think it's people that come visit. I've sat in my car and watched them throw paper, chicken bones, and everything else out the window instead of just going to the trash can. And so I think education is the piece. And I think if we have cameras and if you get a tag number and you see somebody illegal dumping or throwing trash out, send them a ticket in the mail. And that will stop them from going to other cities, especially coming here, littering up our city. That's my suggestion. So make sure you tell Chief Buchanan, we have cameras, get their tag number, send them a ticket in the mail with a healthy fine. And if they don't pay, suspend their license or their car tag. They'll pay then.
Thank you, Councilman Shropshire. And you also had me think some more of my notes here about we do in that area that you mentioned is one of the areas that we actually identified as one of our problem areas. And we also want to look at areas where we can potentially fence off, try to get on that borderline where our right of way is and that property line to see if we can protect those areas from dumping. We've had some residents who have indicated that in the Oakley area. We know over off of Reed, there's a tributary area or creek buffer there that we routinely every year, usually summertime, we go down and we have to clean out mattresses and dumping and just a array of stuff that's down there that just gets dumped down there. So that's something that we're going to look at too, is protecting those areas to try to eliminate so much of the dumping that goes on that occurs around those areas with fencing.
Thank you. Regarding the trash cans, I think that's a great idea. I have an idea as to how we can pay for those trash cans. Chris Swain and I at one point talked about using the trash cans as a public art project and using grant funding to help increase the number of trash cans that we have here. So that may be a way for us to increase those numbers and to fund this project.
Yes, sir. That's good. And bring Chris to give him some more work to do. Thank you.
Councilmember Ziegler, I have a couple comments and then I'll go to you to wrap up. Thanks for bringing this forward. Some time ago, I learned of MOUs that North Fulton cities have with Department of Transportation to clean up the highways that are in the area through GDOT providing funding to our local government. We had a meeting with GDOT and they shared a template for that potential partnership with MOU. So I think it's important that we look at that, how 166 is always a problem. And any other areas, like Camp Creek area, like the areas where we could enter into an MOU with them, receive additional supplemental funding to be able to help keep those areas clean, so we're not just relying on when their contractors come by. I think including that as a part of this plan, and I don't know, maybe it's long term, but at least in the 30, 60, 90 days, following back up with them. That MOU was previously shared with you, Mr. Reeves, and so, and I can't remember the person that we met with. Mr. Gardner was here at the time. It was me, you, and him. But following up with them to see how we can activate that to help with our citywide efforts, and also be able to get additional funding to be able to keep an area that people assume is something that we're supposed to keep clean when it's actually a GDOT highway. And they have the funding, but again, they contract with or have MOUs with other cities to be able to do that. So I think if we can include that within this, that would be helpful as well.
And Mayor, I have to apologize. I think you and I had talked about revisiting that a couple months ago. I did reach out. I hadn't gotten back that response like we need to, but I still had that paperwork that I'll follow back up. Then that's a great idea, especially now that we actually have a landscape company that we have that's partnering with us. I mean, we're paying them, but they're partnering with us. And that's something that we could do in reference getting, keeping the safety of our staff without having to going out on the interstates or the busy highways of Camp Creek. So we'll definitely follow back up, and that will be part of the plan. Thank you.
Yes, and I just want to reiterate, thank you for taking the time and meeting with me and Mr. Moore. And, it was a great meeting. It was very productive. And if anybody has any suggestions or anything like that, we are one team. And I think, that the more ideas, the better, the more, because this is a citywide, thing that's been going on. I'm really excited. So I can't wait to get this all implemented.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Ziegler, do you want this to go on a future meeting for check-in?
Yeah, the third Monday meeting in March.
For action
Or
presentation?
Presentation.
We can place this on the March, I think that's 18th.
Yes, ma'am.
Agenda as a presentation, Madam Deputy City Clerk. Councilmember Mitchell, I went to the next item, but wanted to come back to ask you for the separation of Budget and Finance Committee. What's the next step that you want that on?
Next council meeting?
On Monday the 19th? Or the work session?
Next meeting, on Monday?
February 19th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That takes us to item number 20, Attorney Wiggins, review and approval of Animal Services Fulton County Intergovernmental Agreement.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council. I did have a phone meeting with Steve from Fulton County Attorney's Office, and their staff member who is overseeing this contract. We did discuss the changes that I mentioned to you guys in the meeting last Monday. I do have a final agreement. I do see just one small scrivener's error with the date, but I do think it's appropriate to go ahead and approve it. I am asking it for it to be a voting item because of the fact that your earlier agreement has expired. It expired in December, and they've still been operating under good faith that this contract, this IGA would be approved. And so since the end of the year, there is not a document in place for the terms of the animal control.
And could you just give us an overview? I know there was concern initially about the requirement that we actually have an officer respond to calls and things of that nature. So if you can recap, share with us what is being recommended within the agreement from that?
Certainly. So as I understand it, and as it's written in Article 4, there will be animal control officers that are employed by, let me back up. Hopefully you guys do understand that this is a contract that Fulton County contracts out to a vendor. And so they provide the services on behalf of the county in various cities, not just East Point. And so there's an animal control officer that would respond. And so as I understand it, the gentleman explained it, you have a loose dog issue. It's a non-emergency. Our police would know to call this non-emergency number that would dispatch this animal control officer. If it is an emergency situation, maybe there's a vicious dog, then our police understand to respond to the issue. They are responsible, the Fulton County and the vendor are responsible for retrieving the animal, housing the animal, feeding the animal, and any other task that needs to be done with regard to any animals that they do pick up in our jurisdiction. The other item that was addressed was the liability article, which is Article 6. Before, as you remember, there was an indemnity clause. Now the city is responsible for any actions of their employees, and the county likewise, and the county did include their right to retain their any immunity that may apply. Those are all the important critical changes that were mentioned at the last meeting.
Any discussion? This is indicated on the agenda that action may be taken at this meeting. So if it's council desire, there can be a motion to approve the Animal Services Fulton County intergovernmental agreement.
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Shropshire.
I would like to make a motion that we approve the animal service with Fulton County intergovernment agreement.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. If you get that to me, I'll sign tomorrow. Or this evening. I don't know if we... Oh, you need to make that change. All right. Next item is item number 29. Wait, 28. Yes. I think this is 28 LMIG fiscal year 24 grant application for resurfacing the North Desert Drive from Camp Creek Parkway in Redwine. Miss Jessie.
Jeff Reeves.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, this is item number 28. It's a council review and approval of application for LMIG, Local Maintenance Improvement Grant, LMIG for FY24. Grant application for resurfacing. Selected road would be North Desert Drive from Camp Creek Parkway and Redwine Road with a $434,253.39 contribution from the LMIG grant and $130,276.02 grant matching fund, which is a 30% matching fund from the city. And we bring it to you, Mayor and Council, for approval.
So are we limited to only one roadway in LMIG? Like, are we asking for funding for other areas? Local maintenance improvement grant?
No, ma'am. What we did is with this one is we tried to, is based on the funding available. And we look at the mileage and the distance of the road and repairs that might be needed on those roads. And that's why we selected this. In the previous years, when we didn't have T-Splash, this was one of our major fundings for streets, and we just used it to do our streets, our local streets. And so now that we have our T-Splash and we have a listing of a lot of residential streets, we try to use this to get our major thoroughfares or connector streets or commercial roads. So with this one, Mayor, to answer your question, we could have broken it down and gotten other streets, but based on the conditions of the street that we have and the work that needs to be done based on the amount of money, that's why we chose these.
L Circle expansion?
No, ma'am.
It's in the same area?
It's in the same area, yes, ma'am. Mhm.
Any other questions? Any objections to consent? Item number, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 29, renovation of Sumner and Sykes tennis courts.
Madam Mayor, Shalord Pinkett is here, Director of Parks and Recreation. I believe he can speak to 29, 30, and 31.
Okay, thank you. Let's start with 29.
Yes. Sykes, I know you're doing the tennis court at Sykes Park. You're also doing the tennis court in Sumner Park as well?
Correct.
Okay. And so is that the only renovation you're doing in Sumner Park? Is just a tennis court?
At the moment, that's what I I was approved for on the budget amendment.
Okay. And the Jefferson Park weight room.
So 29.
Oh, 20. No.
Okay, 20, 30.
Jefferson Park, the weight room.
Yes. Give you guys a little bit of backdrop and history. I started working here in 2010. My estimation and research, the weight room equipment is probably north of right about 30 years old. Mr. Penn, that was the previous director, made a couple of improvements. As you guys know, the building was built in '63. So a lot of the things that I'm doing in the parks, including the weight room, is making things more accessible and inclusive. A lot of our doors aren't wide enough to fit the more modern weight room equipment. And as the mayor knows, our Healthy Point has doubled in size. I know you saw my pickleball crowd, but we have a lot of seniors and people that might have physical challenges that can't access our weight rooms. So I put together a comprehensive plan with a company called Ready Fitness that has a lot of unique weight room equipment that's accessible for people that have physical challenges.
Okay.
We're gonna have kettlebells, the bands, Smith machines, free weights. It's gonna be amazing, actually. So I'm looking to widen the doors so we can access it.
That's what I was gonna ask. Okay.
Mhm.
It can go on consent.
Well, I need you all's blessing. I got the quotes already to widen the 3 weight room doors. And once we get that approved, Ready Fitness is on standby. I included like the layout that we're looking to do. So I'm hoping to have it ready for Healthy Point. That's the goal. But I'm going to start the widening of the doors, hopefully by the end of the week or early next week.
It's going on consent, but I mean, I can't sign until the night of the 19th.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
Or the 20th, but
Yeah, but I'm going to go ahead and move forward with widening the doors. Because I actually have a leg press machine that I've been sitting on since COVID that we want to put in there. But the layout is going to be amazing.
So consent for 30, item number 31, that would mean sole source for smart signs.
Yeah. So Baldwin Signs has a very unique sign. They're actually the signage company that we currently have that created the signs that we have now. So the scale and size of the sign I thought was perfect. I'm trying to make it more uniform, as Mr. Reeves just mentioned. Signage, I know we talked about the actual name of the park sign, but having more instructional signage in our parks is very important, from the trash cans, the instructions on the tennis court, encouraging throw your litter away, having a unique, they have very unique products. It's going to be quicker for us to move using the signage company that was already in place. So that's why we wanted to go with Baldwin Signs. So the signs that you see now, the color code would change to be more in line with what we have for the park. I mean, the paths that we have, that blue. It's like a, what's the blue called? It's like a navy blue and a cobalt blue. So we're gonna try to make it a little bit more vibrant at the park, but it will be the same sign that Baldwin Signs has currently in the parks now.
I guess my question is, Ms. Jessie, how we doing a sole source for signs?
But I have a question.
Okay, I'm gonna have them answer this, and I'll go to you, Councilman Pressure. Ms. Jessie, you want?
I'd like for
Lawrence?
Derman, yes.
Madam Mayor, the initial thing is single source. However, the letter that Baldwin provided defined themselves as a sole source with the art slash computer generated stuff that they did specifically for the signs years ago. So the letter that's attached in the agenda is talking about sole source, but we're actually using them as a single source. The single source means that we're keeping the congruency of the actual park signs themselves. Whereas the sole source, they're defining themselves as the only company that can actually provide that particular signage for East Point.
So the agenda represents sole source, not single source, so you probably
Correct.
need to have that updated. Councilmember Shropshire.
Here's my question, in reference to the signs. Will they also be doing the new park signs with the closing time?
Oh, well, I have to make sure, I have to go by what's in the ordinance. I know we had discussions towards the end of the last quarter of last year. I wasn't sure. I know we had discussions about having a uniform open and close, but whatever the ordinance says, or if it's changed, I would need to know before I do a final.
I remember we had a discussion about the time that park closed. Did we ever make a decision on that?
I don't know, but I think we need to have it on the agenda because
before
they
you
can't
order
open
Before I
the
print them,
signs,
because the signs.
we need to go ahead on and make a decision on the closing time of the park. Because I know we had a discussion and maybe you were supposed to bring something back. I can't remember. But it can't be that. So if the city clerk can look and see what the discussion was when we talked about the park closing, that will give us some insight. And if we can bring this back, if you can have the information to us, and we vote on it at the first council meeting in March?
I mean, we previously have discussed it, and with the desire to move forward with these signs, we need to make sure that's correct. Dusk to dawn is not it. So, the March 4th meeting, March 4th, for the park hours ordinance, the ordinance regarding park hours, Ms. Jessie and Attorney Wiggins, we may need to change that so that we can have the right hours.
Yeah, so that would be for number 31 for the signs, so we can get them all together.
Yeah, this one can go on consent for Monday. I'm not sure that they'll have the ordinance by 19th. We might be able to get it by the 4th.
But see, they gotta order the signs, so they can do it all at once.
Yeah, are you moving that fast on the signs?
Well, the artwork and everything is ready. I'm just waiting for approval. But as long as we have the PO secured, it's not going to change the cost of the sign to change the time.
Can we have the ordinance by Monday? Park hours ordinance. Park hours ordinance. If we could put that
By
right under
Monday?
this agenda item.
Okay.
Well, no, this one will go on consent. The park hours ordinance will have to go on the agenda as an ordinance.
For Monday.
The
Okay,
19th.
we'll do it for Monday.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, do we know what the hours are?
Well, what we need is to look at the current ordinance and see what it says, and then make adjustments. Our current signs say dusk to.
I remember. I think we said, I want to say 11. No, we didn't say that late because I know Atlanta Park closes at 11.
Yeah,
and
I
the
know
time
when we
changed in the summertime.
I know we were having a discussion about dusk to dawn, which is the problem.
Mhm.
And I can't remember if the ordinance says dusk to dawn, Cause won't nobody be out there. 'Cause
Yeah,
it's
what
dark.
I will say is, depending on the park, the times are different. So like, for example, Bryant Park might have a time, and then Sykes Park might have a vague description of when the park closes. And I think that's how the discussion started.
So we probably want to streamline them. So yeah, that's what we're trying. We need to look at what's exists and then the recommendation from staff as to what we should do. And then
Yes.
discussion by council as to how we want to change those hours. Councilmember
Yeah, so
Cummings.
the ordinance that they have here is partial, be closed to the public from sunset to sunrise each day. So it didn't have
Yeah,
a
and
specific
we was
time.
changing that because that was that dusk to dawn. Yeah.
So
No,
currently
but
that's
if
what's
it's
in-
closed from sunset to sunrise, that's fine. The signs say
Dusk to dawn.
hours of operation or whatever, dusk to dawn.
Yeah.
So like it's actually sunrise to sunset if we were using the ordinance.
But we still should put a time because somebody will say it's still daylight.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying the current signs are not even in compliance with the
To the
sunset,
ordinance.
the sunrise close. That's when they say it's open.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the Attorney Wiggins.
So currently your ordinance, breaks out Sykes Park. So I'm asking clarification, is the request for all parks, or is it for a particular park? The Sykes Park has you at, it's, sunrise, is when it shall be, I'm sorry, the city park, no, the Sykes Park, shall be closed to the public from sunset to sunrise. But like I said, that's just one park.
All parks.
All right.
Sorry, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. And I'm not even. Look, I got my light on and not looking at it.
I was gonna suggest a time, or are we not discussing time?
I guess if we want to have that and share with our councilman structure, state 11.
I said 8 to 10, but I mean, because in the wintertime with the daylight savings, it's dark out anyway. So I don't know. Do we look at specific times of the year or?
So the question becomes, do we want to put 2 times on there? From one for the winter and one for the summer?
Oh, wait a minute, hold-
Like daylight savings.
Yeah, daylight savings time.
That actually possibly could work.
Yeah,
So the way
yeah.
Baldwin Science handles that, it's a plate that we can install when daylight savings comes if we are going to kind of move in and out of daylight savings time.
And change it out when
Yeah,
the
it's a
time
plate
change.
that we
Yeah.
can put over the sign to switch it out, or if we just come with one uniform time. But that was the challenge about
Yeah,
when
we can-
daylight
we can-
savings will come in.
And I like that better where you could change it out. So you do one for the winter because we know it gets dark about 5 or 6 o'clock. And when the time changes, it gets dark then at 9.
Would, sorry, thanks. Would staff prefer the flexibility of different hours for different parks based on their uses and amenities, or is across the board better?
I do believe that what we just suggested probably would be best, because I think when the ordinance probably was in its first existence, it was based on if the park was in a residential neighborhood. So some of our parks, the nighttime just is our daylight. That's the equivalent of the lights. So I think moving in and out of daylight savings time would probably be beneficial, like we're recommending. That's why I wanted to go with Baldwin Signs, because it does have that ability where it's not just digitally printed on there and I'm stuck. And if we make a change in ordinance, I'm back in front of you again, switching out all the signs. But having that flexibility where we can move in and out just based on daylight savings, I think that would suffice.
And will we correct the record on sole versus single somehow?
Yes, they, Madam Deputy City Clerk, if you can make sure we change 31 to single source instead of sole source on the Princeton Legend.
And then final question. I saw the dollar amount proposed by Baldwin. Do we have a sense that that's fairly comparable to what someone else?
Yes, it is.
Charge?
Yes. Those signs can get pretty pricey depending on how elaborate. What I did like about Baldwin signs, the signs that we have, like the actual park name of the sign, I thought the scale was perfect. Personally, I thought the colors were a little outdated. If you can kind of see what we've done over at Bryant Park, the vibrant colors is what I want to go to. They had a great color palette, and their pricing is pretty fair, in my opinion, from what I've researched.
Thank you.
Thank you. And not to throw a wrench into the conversation, but when we talk about park hours, so I live basically like in a park, I feel, and the lights are so bright. I almost kind of feel like they may be the wrong kind, but that's a different subject. But they do turn off at 9, and people, I mean, I don't want to like throw this out into the universe, but people do seem to abide by that. Like when the lights turn off, people do tend to go home. And I think that's been like the best thing that we've done is fix the timing of the lights. But if we were to make it so that the park was closed at 11, that would change a lot about like living in that area. So, you know, just kind of thinking about like the hours of the park that we would put on the thing. And you know, I do understand wanting to make it consistent across the city, but you know, we do have different parks that are used in different ways and they have different purposes. So like John D. Milner Park, you know, huge baseball field, you know, there's probably games or something there. Like I do think that maybe we need to look at the individual parks and look at the individual needs and what's there and who that park has been designed for, right? Because like sometimes there's there's parks that are designed for toddlers. There's parks that are designed for for you to walk around in a trail, right? You probably don't want people walking around in the woods at Conley if it's dark out. But, you know, at Brookdale, we have tennis courts with pickleball tournaments going on till like, you know, 7, 8, 9 o'clock. So I do feel like that we need to maybe look at the parks at an individual level just to figure out what would be best for each park by itself.
If the council would like for me to, I can actually break them out and make a recommendation based on the site. And then I can bring that back to you and we can make a decision before I go to print.
Yeah, I think
I have,
including that in the ordinance that comes before us for consideration, then we can decide.
and I have one more question,
Councilmember
one more
Sharp,
thing.
sure.
And I wasn't suggesting that the park close at 11. I thought that was a conversation because I know that's what time Atlanta Park closes. But I will say this about John A. Milner Park, that's in the heart of a residential neighborhood. And those people complain quite often because it's so much activities going on over there every day, especially in the summer. And the only time they get a break is on Sunday, and they may have an event that pop up on Sunday. So when you're looking at what time the park closed, and based on the neighborhood, you got to kind of give some of these neighborhoods a little relief, especially like John A. Milner, if you're constantly using it 6 days a week. So for them, they hear boom, 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 boom at 8 o'clock in the morning on Saturday when a lot of them are resting. So we got to kind of take all of that in consideration when we're looking at these parks about what time they're going to close, and especially when it's impacting the neighborhood. So I think somebody said 8 o'clock, maybe 9 o'clock, the park should close. That's just being fair across the board. And that's in the when the time changes in the spring and the summer. But in the winter, I think the park should close at least 6 o'clock because it's dark. And that's my thoughts.
All right. Ms. Jessie, Attorney Wiggins, Mr. Pinkett, you all have enough information to bring back a proposed ordinance on Monday, the 19th, regarding park hours. All right, and 31 will go on consent. 33, Councilmember Butler.
Kimberly, that's your item.
In reference to this item, um, we are looking to add 4 new workstations in the Planning and Community Development Department to support the new staff that we recently got approved for. It's our intent to use the same company that installed and all the furniture in the City Hall building.
Good. 33.
Next item is item number 39.
Sean Doe, Madam Mayor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I spoke to the finance director and assistant director, and what he was telling me is to go ahead and use some funds from another line item that I had, and when they bring the budget amendment for the rest of the city or the next big budget amendment, then he will include it and replace those funds. Because I guess just doing a budget amendment for one item was, I guess it's not normally done. So
Yeah, I think given the amount of the allocation, that we should probably at least put it on consent to allow that type of usage within your budget of those 250,000. Possible action on approval of tree line clearing, additional funding, approval of a $250,000 in additional funding for tree line clearing. Madam Deputy City Clerk, approval of 250,000 additional funding for tree line clearing. Oh no, we'll put on consent for Monday. We'll change it. Is that Attorney Wiggins? Is that so? The finance department is suggested to the director to use $250,000 of his existing budget for tree line clearing, but given the large amount, I'm suggesting that we put on consent agenda approval of $250,000 additional funding for tree line clearing, so that when that the interdepartmental transfer is made, there's approval of council.
And you're asking me whether or not that they can do that?
Whether or not we should make that motion, whether or not we should do that by consent, just to make sure that it's clear.
Well, if he's gonna use money he already has in his budget, there's no action needed from you guys at this time.
Okay. So we don't need.
The budget amendment will come, like he's saying, when whoever the finance director brings a number of other budget amendments later on in the year, probably to true up at the end of the fiscal year.
Yeah, I just didn't want to have any issue with him using that within his $250,000 in his fund, in his budget for tree line trimming. But if that's fine,
So you can move money within the same
right?
department. So it sounds like he's fine.
Okay.
To do it the way he suggested.
So we don't need to put, Councilmember Freely.
Just curious, what is that money marked for now?
Well, so it'll be directly for contractors to remove batteries. Just
So it's already allocated for that use?
the no, sort of the funding that we originally had, where we've exhausted those funds. So to continue with that project. Oh, sorry. Yeah. It'll be split between two accounts. We have a GDOT account for the projects that GDOT has within the city. None of those projects will be activated until later on.
Local match for GDOT or the restricted funds we receive from GDOT?
So for GDOT stuff, anytime if GDOT comes in our city limits and they're doing anything, and they send us drawings that we have to move poles or we need to move lines, whatever the case may be, they don't match or do any of that. That's on us. So we have a line item that I think it's 150,000 in that account, and then another one for we'll use the substation where we're not getting any of the new breakers and stuff until later on also. So
All right, so we don't need to put this one on the agenda. Thank you. 41, utility disconnection processes and procedures. Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Is somebody, yes, looks like, can, interim city manager, can we have customer care come up?
Yes.
Michelle?
Like, what's your title?
I have a comment. It's getting cold in here. Can we have somebody who don't lock the thermometers where we can turn it up? Because they can't even turn the heat on.
It just came on over here a few minutes ago.
The heat?
No, it's not heat.
It's cold?
It's cool.
Yeah, because they can't adjust the heat because somebody locked them.
I'll check on it. It may be timed. I'll check.
Okay.
Councilmember Ziegler, did you want to update?
Yes, so I've had several complaints on residents who are getting cut off early. They're not getting the notifications that they're getting that their payment is overdue, and so it's a surprise to them that the power is shut off. And so I just kind of wanted to bring this conversation into the public realm so that other people know what's going on and what we've talked about. So I'm just wondering, like, what is our process for determining when utilities get cut off?
Oh, good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. So typically, the process when we do disconnect the services is typically for a pass-through balance. So most of the customers that we do cut off, it's based off the 18 billing cycles that we have. So if your bill is actually generating on a particular date, we typically try to contact you via email within a allotted time, which is 24 hours, because with the BSNA system, Invoice Cloud, what we do is we send out a 10-day utility bill reminder. What it does is tells you that your bill is due, is upcoming to be due, and that to avoid any late penalties or disconnection, go ahead and pay your bill by your due date. But if you have signed up with Invoice Cloud sends you notifications, first notification, second, and final notification that your utility bill is past due. So that's typically how the customers are communicated with in regards to their disconnection of services.
Okay, and how much time do you typically give somebody to correct their bill before utilities are shut off?
Say that one more time.
How long do you typically give somebody to correct their bill, to pay it, before their utilities are cut off?
Typically, there's a penalty period of 8 days. So if your bill is due on today, you typically have that 7 day to pay your bill, but realizing that you still are going to be charged a penalty that next day to make that payment before that services is disconnected. So I would say a range of 7 days, but by the 8th day, your services may be subject to interruption.
So I feel like that what the disconnect is that people are not getting notified through like their bill, like a whole cycle hasn't gone through yet for them to get a new bill that says that they're late. Because if so, I've had this happen to me, and I have not received the email notification saying that something was wrong with the payment. And I know of other people, I mean, I think I've had 4 people in the past 2 months where they've also have been disconnected before the next billing cycle occurred.
So typically what happens in that particular case, based on the city ordinance, section 8-200, service terminations are cut off. Cut off for utilities up on the 29th day of the cutoff from the billing date. Utility services may be disconnected at any time. So typically you have that time frame to actually get the bill paid before the services are actually cut off.
Right, but you're not getting another bill saying that you were late.
Correct. When we changed over to the BSNA system, we typically did not update the bill to fit within the parameters of BSNA. So we're using the old bill from the old system that we had. So what we would need to do is update the city's utility bill to show that you do have a past due balance that is due now, and then you have a current balance that is due by the particular due date.
Okay, so so is that something that we can do like immediately? Is that something that we have the power to do now?
Well, it would need to be approved by mayor and council. It's typically not something that we just can do, overnight.
Okay, because I just feel like that if your bill is due, I mean, I don't know of any other place where you only have 8 days before it's shut off. Like if you relate on your credit card, you're going to have a couple of cycles before they actually turn off your car. Like there's other times in other instances where you could be late and, it's not like an instant. I mean, no, this is not instant because you're giving 8 days, but 8 days is not a full month, right? For you to get another bill.
So maybe we can look at the city ordinance and see, where the changes could be made. But we typically based everything off of the city ordinance in
Okay.
regards to disconnecting the services.
And also, do we have any, do we abide by any laws of not cutting people off if it's freezing temperatures or anything like that?
Yes, we do. If it's below 32 degrees for a period of 24 hours, and if it's within a heat index for 24 hours, we do not disconnect services. And there's other instances where we don't disconnect services. Like I said, it just depends on the weather. If we're closing early for, the city's closing the building early, we typically don't disconnect the services. So
Okay.
there's several other instances.
Okay. And then just a couple other quick questions. So if someone does get cut off, at what time in the day do they need to get everything paid for services to be reconnected?
Typically before the office closes at 4:30, but we do have the meter staff that works after hours. So typically if the customers call in, our third-party vendor, IUC, will send an email to the department, and the department will know that that particular person has actually paid their bill after we've left for the day.
Okay. And there's also a late fee of 10% of the total bill.
Yes.
Is that something that we could change in our ordinance, or is that something that is over customer care, or how do we come up with 10%? What are we using that money for?
The 10% is, like I said, that's based on the city ordinance. So we're just following the ordinance in regards to charging a 10% penalty. Can it be changed? With mayor and council approval, I'm more than sure that it can be changed because it's a part of the city ordinance.
Okay. I personally feel like a flat rate would be better and more fair, especially for something that's as important as utilities to get turned back on. And if that's the will of council, I think that we should, talk about a new ordinance in our next work session.
So the concern about the shut-off date of 8 days, as well as the 10% fee being a flat rate fee. So when we look at the utility ordinance at the March, we kept saying March work session. We're gonna have a discussion about that in a minute. Right now, we'll say March work session. We need those those ordinances dealing with those provisions and any other that council suggests.
Madam Mayor, did I also hear Councilmember Ziegler say something about the bill, the utility bill itself, and having a past due amount? Did you mention that?
Yeah, so right now, people are not getting a bill that says that they're past due. Right now, what's happening is that people are past due. They get 8 days to correct it. If they miss the notification, and they get shut off before another bill comes out.
So would you like for us to include that?
Yeah, that'd be great. But I think that also that's kind of tied into the 8 days. So if we change the ordinance so that it would be longer than 8 days, so it would include the next billing cycle, that would probably take care of that issue.
Thank you. How you doing?
How you doing?
So I think it was last year we instituted a couple of changes. One was regarding age. Have we been able to successfully institute that? Where there are two circumstances. I think this came with Fred Gardner was here too. If you were of a certain age, we wouldn't automatically cut off your services. And if you have a extensive good credit history, that we would not automatically turn off your services. Are we executing that at this time?
We're executing, I know for sure, the age, because we did capture, I think the age at the time Mr. Gardner implemented it, I think it was 70. But what we're realizing that we have a lot of other customers that are a lot older, and we typically find that out when the services are disconnected. But we also find out that the person that's listed on the account doesn't live there anymore, meaning that that person that's on the account is deceased and someone else is living in that home.
So what did you do to rectify that, or how are we working around those issues?
Which one?
So the problem came about, we had Mr. King in my community, and he been paying on this bill for 30 years. He and his wife are 95 years old, and he missed the decimal point, and we cut him off. And it was so hard for him to restore his services. That was the impetus of us changing it. So are we saying that the age is 70? Did you reduce it to 65, or is it 70, or?
No, what we're trying to do is work with the tax department to figure out the tax exempt customers so that we can capture the 70 years or older, so we don't cut those services off.
And in addition, if you had someone who's been in our home for a significant time, I do think we left that to the city's discretion as to how to define that. But you've been in your house 10, 15 years, you've never been late, and then all of a sudden you miss it. Or like in this case, he's 95 years old, he misplaced a decimal point, and then we cut his services off. Are we able to not turn off people's services if they've been in their homes for a long time and they've been constantly on time paying? Are we able to do that with the current system?
We are able to do that. Yes, we are. But what we find sometimes, as I said, that sometimes the customers don't pay their bill. And in order for us to find out if that person is still there, we typically, disconnect the services. And that's when we find out that the person that's on their account is no longer there. But to answer your question, yes, we can actually look at the history of the customer and see that they have been there for a while, maybe over 20 years. We can actually contact them if we have, good contact information, because what we also find is that a lot of the information that converted over from BSNA, we just don't have a lot of contact information.
Yes. Mhm. So if you could, please, could you make sure that those two conditions are met? That if you are of a certain age, that you don't have your utilities turned off if you miss it one time. And if you paid for, and I don't remember how we defined the number of years, but I think we made that definition, that you don't just get your utilities turned off because you missed a payment. There may be an issue that warrants a little bit more.
Okay, taking notes.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Hey, how are you? Are there any, so say if someone is delinquent and you reach out and they don't pay their bill, any instances of that happening, or how long will you keep those lights on before you cut them off?
It's pretty much every cycle. As you know, we do have 18 cycles. So what we try to do is reach out to the customers via phone or via email to say, hey, that your account is delinquent and is subject to interruptions. Most of the time, we do get a response with a question for a payment arrangement. And typically, we'll go ahead and do the payment arrangement. But if it's a large amount and they haven't paid for a long period of time, we typically, require them to either say, hey, we want you to go on a payment plan, or reach out to the pledge agencies for assistance. So we try to assist them in some form or fashion, but typically if those accounts are large bills, they just don't pay their bills at all.
And when you say large, what amount are you talking? Over
$500.
Over $500?
Yeah, the average bill in the city can range about $100 to $200. It just depends on the services.
So we shouldn't have any instances of someone owing thousands of dollars, right?
Say that one more time.
We shouldn't have any instances of someone owing thousands of dollars, to your recollection.
We
or to your
typically
knowledge.
do.
Okay.
We typically do.
Oh, we say you do.
We do. Yes, sir.
Okay,
we
I'm
do.
sorry. Oh, I guess O and still have their power on, unless
I'm
you
sorry.
O and still have I guess still be delinquent and still have their power on. I guess we shouldn't have too many instances of people owing that and not making payments.
So you keep going low.
I'm sorry. We shouldn't have too many instances of people owing over $1,000 and still being delinquent and not making payments and their power was still on. I guess that's what I'm asking.
In some instances we do, because what we try to do is most of the customers get their payment arrangements and then they don't typically pay the payment arrangement. What they do is call in, they know their cycle is about to get cut. So they set up a payment arrangement, which we do give them that, or a payment plan. So what they do is buy that time for the next month, and then they don't make a payment at all.
Oh, okay.
So that bill typically accrues every month, and then it, put them in a situation where the services just typically have to be cut off because they haven't paid us
I got you.
in over 30 to 60 days.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. That's what I need to know. Thank you.
And I missed your name. What's your name?
I'm sorry, Michelle Adams, customer care manager.
Great. So the resident who reached out to me, whose electric was shut off, she spoke to you, and I just wanted to relay that she said that you're very knowledgeable, very customer service friendly, and that you were awesome. So I just wanted to relay that message.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I also, Madam Mayor, I also want to sing your praises too, because when residents have called and you have taken the time and you do go out your way and above and beyond the service. And we do really appreciate you, Ms. Adams. And I appreciate
Thank you.
because when I do call in reference to residents, you take your time with them, especially them seniors who don't quite understand sometimes.
Yes, ma'am.
We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Thank
so the ordinances, utility ordinances will be on our March work session. Item number 42, Councilmember Martin Rogers placed this on the agenda, the MOU with the Georgia Soccer Park Foundation regarding a rec center in Ward D or a public-private partnership is either expires this year, is close to expiring, and the Georgia Soccer Park has indicated a willingness to extend the time with that public-private partnership. And so she placed this on the agenda tonight so that to see if there was any objection from council to have the city attorney reach out to the city attorney and talk with the Georgia Soccer Park to bring back a MOU to council. But wanted to make sure that the city council was aware of those communications that could be happening prior to, so that we're not bringing it with the MOU unchanged, but giving the authority for them to start having those discussions to try to bring back either amended MOU or a new MOU that would extend the time period for the public-private partnership. Councilmember Butler.
Yes, ma'am. That MOU ends in approximately 24 months, I think it is. And so what I would like for us to do also, once we give our city attorney the opportunity to speak with them, to really work on the public-private partnership. I've found that there are a lot of opportunities for the city to partner, which the appetite is not there, especially after the gentleman who started this partnership passed away. I understand that my colleague, Ms. Martin Rogers, worked closely with him in the past, and we invested $500,000 in a restroom and an event facility in that location, which we have no use, we don't have any use of. And so in that conversation, as we look to continue our partnership, I would like for us to have a conversation about them being more amenable to partnership. We good with that? You understand what I'm saying?
I understand.
In addition, we put it on the March work session for possible update or discussion or and discussion on open field on Dodson Drive.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Being a resident of Ward C, I just had a couple questions that I wanted to ask about the park. I guess they called it the Goat Park, but I think the Goat Field, I'm sorry, Goat Field, but it is actually Woodland Park. I think that's what Ms. Melissa stated it as. So I just had a couple questions, if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am. Melissa?
Ms. Jessie, I'm sorry, there you go. Do your introduction. Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members.
Good evening.
In regards to Woodland Field, we received a complaint about multiple sinkholes on that property. I'm going to pull up a slight PowerPoint here. Okay, I'm trying to. So the purple area that you see here in the Woodland field is damaged. It is a culvert with multiple head walls in it. And because it is a life, health, safety issue, we were contacted by Shalord Pickett, the Director of Parks and Rec, to intervene as the Water Resources Director because that falls under our responsibility. Now, in terms of this segment, we were approached by several residents saying you need to open it up, you can do a natural area. The issue is whoever piped this segment, they did it for two reasons. One is to make sure that the land was usable, and second, for flood and stormwater purposes, because that is a concentrated area where they can convey all of the storm inlets, the water, the catch basins, into the nearest watershed, which is Norfolk Camp Creek. Now, as you can see from the pictures, the dire nature of why this was an emergency. Okay, so there you see where a power line has caved in, the corrugated pipe has deteriorated, and there are multiple sinkholes where someone can be hurt or injured. In December, I presented to the council an emergency in the amount of $770,000 to conduct this repair. We also included this in a stormwater amendment, and that was approved. I did receive a concern from the Army Corps of Engineers in regards to what we were doing. And again, this is emergency work. I am fully aware of the two laws that govern work in, under, and around the body of water, and that's Section 10 and 404 of the Clean Water Act, and we've done everything accordingly. I'm sorry.
Corps engineers can be very unreasonable.
Yes, so water is a public good. The city of East Point does not own a body of water. And so this specific segment has been identified under the Army Corps Engineers' responsibility. So just like we have buffers that run parallel to a body of water to protect it, we have city and state ordinances to protect that. But because it's a public good, you can't work in, under, above a body of water or put fill material in it without approval from the Army Corps Engineers. But there are exceptions, emergency repair work, and that's anything where someone can get hurt or injured. Also, with the water body being dammed up, as you can see here, it poses a flood risk to damaging nearby properties in or that neighborhood.
So are we you said we approved?
Yes, this was approved in December,
Mhm.
workshop. So we have issued a purchase order. We're beginning to do survey work, and we've already consulted with someone to do the repair work. But we received a couple complaints what we were doing out there, and so I just definitely wanted to take the opportunity to clarify why we're there, but it is an endangerment. Yeah, we tried twice, and every time it rains, it gets worse. And based off of the quote that we received, the longer we wait to repair it, the more damage it's going to do.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, and Ms. Esther.
Echevarria, but yeah.
Esther, okay, Ms. Melissa, okay. So what's the total cost for this project?
The total cost is $700,300. And again, it's not easy. We received $300. We had 3 separate companies come out. We attempted to do the non-invasive way, which was to pipeline it. They couldn't guarantee or warranty the work. It's just the pipe doesn't have the proper conditions for us to pipeline it. It can't be completely deteriorated and caved in for us to pipeline it. It's the only way is to replace the 60-inch feet pipe, in order to rehab the site. And so again, if you go back to the first page here, you can see the segment is going to be pipe as well as multiple head walls. So that purple area will be our work zone.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, I've been there for 14 years, and I know it's been there. I know Director Pinkett, they've always kind of maintained it because the area, it was over just the area that was in the front. That's where the pipe, where I noticed that the pipe was crushed. But my son's baseball team, they would practice over on the other side. So I know it's just kind of, it's been a long time coming to even take care of that. So you said it's going to be the total cost of $700,300.
Yes.
And that's going to be what, how is that going to be funded?
Oh, this is the stormwater project.
Okay,
So yes, that pipe was placed there for two reasons. One, again, to make the field usable, but also to capture all of the stormwater from the neighborhoods and the streets that you see here behind you or in front of you. And it's to release a non-erosive kind of potential. If not, it probably could flood the neighborhood.
Right.
So again, the longer we wait, the more it rains. It's just undermined the pipe. The pipe is completely corroded. The bottom is gone.
Right.
So this is the only way to repair it.
Because I know when I was riding by today and with all the rain, I know there's a pump that's out on that front part, that big green thing, that's a pump that's there. And it was pretty much flooded out, just that whole area, just because we have so much rain that's been coming in. Let's see, you answered the question about what prompted it, because we had some people asking about it. Now I noticed the pipe that was in there before was like that black corrugated pipe. So now that we're using an aluminum pipe, so why would, and I know sometimes I've seen it where they have the concrete pipe. So what's the difference in the different types of pipes that we're using?
I mean, you can. I mean, it depends on the type of the pipe, and depending on what's really going through it, you can get 50, 60, 70, 80 years out of it. It just depends on what's flowing through it.
What's flowing through it?
For it to qualify where I don't need an Army Corps permit, I need to put was originally there.
Okay.
It can take 6 to 12 months. I don't think we have that. I just don't think I have that much time.
We don't.
Right, so I'm
Especially
gonna
with
put
new,
back
sinkhole
whatever's
project.
there, just for a safety concern, and then Shalord Pickett, the director of Parks and Rec, if he has a long-term plan for the area, if it's anything that I can do on the infrastructure side to help him, I will, but it's just more of a life, health, safety concern at this time.
Okay, so but for what it is that we have now, because I know at one point, I know that it sits in the back of where the new Connolly Hills Elementary School is going to be.
Yeah.
So will that be access for the kids there? Is that going to be something for them, or that's something just totally separate?
No, this pipe right here was just, it'll be covered, and again.
Yeah, I know it's all going to be covered.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, for the use of it, that doesn't have anything to do, like, there's going to be a direct impact with the school or anything. 'Cause I
No.
know- All right,
No.
so, and no roads or anything going through there for another access? Because I know there are currently 2 access points for it, so there won't be any type of roads or anything going through that park.
No, we're just doing the emergency repair work, and we're gonna stabilize everything as if we had never been there. So
Okay.
everything will be as is.
All right, and then after that, it goes back over to Director Pinkett.
Yes.
Sounds good to me. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I yield, Madam Mayor.
Okay. So you said it takes 6 to 12 months for the Army Corps engineer to approve a
For a
different
permit.
type
But-
of pipe. So does that mean you're putting corrugated metal back?
No, that we're gonna put that back, because also in order to do Army Corps permit, you also have to have it designed. So it's more to it. The permit itself could be 6 to 12 months out. But in a design, but if we put back whatever is there as an emergency, I don't need to go through that permitting process. But again, what we're putting there is going to last 50, 60, 70 years easy.
So it's it looks like it's open. Is this open to the public? Can the public access it? And if so, how are we gonna make sure that no one can access it while
Right, so once we start work, we'll shore everything off and secure it off. We'll place signs out there, construction signs, do not enter signs. But again, it's an open field, and if anybody is walking through those trees, it's a possibility. But we'll secure the area as much as we possibly can. Typically, when I begin work, I take pictures before, after, and during, and then we visit the site every day.
is it possible to secure it before, since we know that there's sinkholes and other potential liability areas on this property?
Yeah, so everywhere that there's a sinkhole, we can secure those areas up. Because I can't put it around the whole perimeter, but everywhere where we feel like it's a fall hazard, someone can slip in, someone can fall into one of the sinkholes, we can secure those areas up immediately.
I was about to say, how quickly can we do that? How quickly can we do that?
We can do that immediately. Like I said, we put it there, but as the rain came, it caved in. Again, it's the foundation is just not solid. So what we put out there, silt fence, we even put tree safe fences, they've all caved in. And so the hole is getting wider and wider, and the area is getting wider and wider every day that we wait before we can do the repairs.
When you anticipate starting?
But we're starting now. Yes.
Anything else, Councilmember Cummings?
Just one last question. So from the time you guys start until you finish, what do you think your total time will be?
That's hard to
I mean,
say.
and I know the weather kind of.
That is it. Yeah, I don't like to give a hard date. Weather conditions, again, it is an actively flowing creek, and the sheer amount of rain that I'm hearing right now, it has to be safe for the workers out there. So, and it's hard to work damp areas, and it has to be compacted properly. So everything's pending weather conditions. I would say maybe tops 3 to 4 weeks tops to be safe, but it's pending weather conditions.
No, but that's from start to finish for the whole project?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's still not bad. Okay.
Thank you. Is it possible, and I know we probably can do it, is put something out on social media and our city page to let them know what's going on, to let people know to stay away from that area for safety reasons?
Yeah. I think we can put a flyer out explaining what we're doing while we're doing it, and that the area's been closed off.
And
Yes.
update our Facebook page as well as our city website, social media, to let them know, stay away from that area.
Looks at it since it's communicating something about a potential liability. Ms. Justin. All right.
I did have a question real quick. Once this,
Member Mitchell.
I'm sorry, thank you. Once this is completed, will we be able to use the field again, or would it be safe, or?
Yes, once we finish it, the
Okay.
infrastructure underneath it is going to be safe. But as far as accessing it again, I know that the field is there, but I don't think the Parks and Rec is actively using that site for any activities or anything.
I mean, I never knew if it was like of official use, but growing up, we called it the goat field. There's a guy by the entrance, he had like a house with the goats or whatever. But I did enjoy practicing baseball there. I'm not sure if it's going to be usable after that, or y'all have any use for that.
I will say this, the engineers have had their work cut out. During COVID, I was approached by MTV Atlanta with just some concept ideas of what we could do, but the infrastructure was so bad, we had to pause and get this part done first. But obviously, we'll have community meetings to get some feedback on what residents would want to see. But we will have to probably try to go by, like I'm learning stuff from Melissa every day, go by what we're able to do. And the engineers will have to try to figure out how to
Not necessarily design the property. baseball, but it could be like a soccer field, a multi-purpose, or whatever, however y'all can best utilize that land or that space. And
with the pipes running right through the middle, Melissa was showing me like buildable spaces, but it's gonna have to be an engineer. It's gonna have to kind of.
I was just curious. I was just curious, but thank you.
Agenda item before executive session is March 11th. I think it's March 9th through 13th is the National League of Cities Conference in DC, the Congressional City Conference. And in the past, we've canceled the work session meeting given the number of people who were planning to go, because there wasn't going to be a quorum. And so I wanted to have that discussion tonight to see if we're going to have a quorum issue on March 11th because of people going to the NOC conference, or if we won't. So who's planning to go to the NOC conference? March, I think it's 9th through 13th. 1, 2, 3, 4. So so we won't have quorum. And so the question is, what we've done in the past is just the 19th, the third Monday meeting in March is just stacked with everything that needed to come to work session, because that's generally where stuff that would go to the work session would go to the agenda anyway. So we just put it on the March 19th agenda. I'm sorry, 18th.
March 18th.
February 19th, March 18th. Thank you for that. And so on Monday, on the consent agenda item, for this one, we can approve canceling the March 11th work session. Um, and then those items would go to everything that we said March work session tonight. Madam Deputy City Clerk will actually go to the March 18th agenda. Is everybody okay with that?
You've been saying 18th.
Yeah, then I said 19th because I was thinking about February. I moved back a month. All right, so consent agenda for that one, and we'll work on the language. Any executive session from legal? So we have executive session items. Legal.
I just wanted to get some clarity. We may have some zoning matters that need public hearings. Would the council be okay with us putting them on
The
that
18th.
March 18th?
Yep. Any executive session items from city manager?
No, ma'am.
Any from council? We have Councilmember Freely.
I had one.
One personnel.
Yep.
And then there's another personnel. So we have two personnel. Any other executive session items from staff or council? Need a motion to recess into executive session for two personnel items.
Motion to,
So first of all,
we wasn't
the
even
motion was
through.
made inappropriately and skipped what's before adjournment, which is executive session.
And then she just walked up and walked out.
The first and the second walked out and ignored the order of business on the agenda. And since the order of business has executive session before adjourning of the meeting, that would be an inappropriate motion. And so can we get a motion?
Motion to adjourn, motion to go into executive session
For two personnel.
for two personnel.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. And this is also a work session. And we don't adjourn the meetings on work session. And to reconvene, can we get a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Madam
Motion
Mayor?
carries. Can we get a motion to
Madam
approve the
Mayor?
executive session meeting minutes?
I would like to make a motion that we approve executive session meeting minutes.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
I would
Councilman.
like to make a motion that we have a special call meeting on Thursday at 6:30
For
for-
executive session,
for executive session.
personnel,
6, did I say 6:30? Did I say 6:30 or 7:30?
6:30.
Oh, 6:30, okay.
For personnel. items.
Personnel.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Good night, East Pointers.